Come on, you're standing on the edge tonight. You watch me like a satellite. Well, come on and dive with me. It's time to see the color changing in the light. The future's looking pretty bright. Well, come on and shine with me, shine with me. Now I can see that this is really happening. Honestly, don't you really want to try? Oh, you take my hand and we can make it out. Oh, if you take the leap, I'll never let you down. Come alive, wait until the time is right. This could be the best night, as long as you're with me, you're here now. I can see that this is really happening. Honestly, don't you really want to try? Oh, you take my hand and we can make it out. Oh, if you take the leap, I'll never let you down. Oh, you take my hand and we can make it out. Oh, if you take the leap, I'll never let you down. Oh, you take my hand and we can make it out. Oh, if you take the leap, I'll never let you down. Oh, you take my hand and we can make it out. I'll never let you down. I've been putting in the mileage. I've been paying out of pocket. Yeah, been a while since I lost my shit. Crack a smile 'cause I'm on it. Don't wanna wait for luck to change. As long as I'm ahead of yesterday. I'll crack a smile 'cause I'm on it. Yeah, took a lesson from the losses. Oh, I don't wanna be a product of my caution. Yeah. The moment isn't waiting for us. It's coming if we're ready for it. While back, thought I was defeated. Lost track of my sense of being. I turned back just to catch a feeling. The Cadillac wasn't what I needed. So I look ahead and focus on the mindset. Just to wonder where the time went. In a rut, but I'm on the climb. I know it's time. I'll crack a smile 'cause I'm on it. Yeah, took a lesson from the losses. Oh, I don't wanna be a product of my caution. Yeah, I'll crack a smile 'cause I'm on it. Yeah, manifesting what I wanted. Oh, I don't wanna be a product of my wind, we're riding down an open road. We don't know where to go. It doesn't matter, we're not on our own. There's nothing in our way, just a clear blue sky. And we don't know what we'll find, but at least we'll try. 'Cause we're not bound by the rules, we're in control. The world is our muse, we're not coming home. It's a wild ride, ride. It's a wild ride. Ooh. It's a wild, wild, wild ride. It's up and it's down, it's a wild ride. But you don't have to do it alone. We get up, won't come down, it's our wild side. We are never going home. Oh, it's up and it's down, it's a wild ride. But you don't have to do it alone. We get up, won't come down, it's our wild side. Step on up and feel the groove. Let my rhythm make you move. Take my hand, we got to prove that you love me too. I'm in love, so much love, and my body can feel the emotion. I'm in love, so much love. It's a feeling of endless devotion. We could run away for a week or for a day. I just wanna be with you, yeah. Take me for a ride, it's so easy to decide. I'm the one, you know it's true, yeah. So hold me now, don't be afraid. Touch my body, feel my sway. It's the day for you to say that you love me too. I'm in love, so much love, and my body can feel the emotion. I'm in love, so much love, it's a feeling of endless devotion. I'm in love, so much love. So much love, I'm in love, so much love, yeah. I'm in love, so much love, and my body can feel the emotion. I'm in love, yeah, so much love. It's a feeling of endless devotion.
What's wrong? Are you feeling kinda downward? Light up, you've been using all my power. This month I'm passing on my flowers. You don't even get the ones I like anyway. Freeze your foot, now we're always at home. I'm bored of coming over to pretend I'm turned on. You're the one sober and I'm on day 4. Now I know why they worry about the neighbor next door. If I call up your friends, will they tell me where you've been? 'Cause they all up in my DMs. All this bros before girls is bullshit. Wanna break up, you say, yeah, but this game's far to players. Time to give it time and pay rent. You'll be acting like my only son, baby. My attention span is gone and the feeling's getting old. Got me playing different songs. I'm used to singing on my own. Some days I don't know your face, running out of things to say. You think I'm stupid enough to stay for one more day? My love is going to waste. I just feel so out of place. You think I'm stupid enough to stay
And it is time to get back underway with APAC South League. We're here running you through all the action. Is Xenox frozen? Let's just very quickly wait to see. He's frozen. He's not here again. But, of course, the wonderful and ever-colourful Guz is. Guz, how are you feeling about today? Obviously, 2 play days left, mate. There's a lot on the line.
Yeah, I mean, clearly not quite as excited as Jake is. Just absolutely thrilled to be here as always. But look, it's another extremely close year for APAC South, this one being no exception. And in fact, depending on some of the results tonight, it could even be the closest we have ever had. So it's going to be an exciting one for sure.
Well, that's just it, right? Like, I don't want to dive too deep into what the standings look like, because obviously we have matches to talk about. But we will actually talk about the matches that were, not the matches that are to be. Let's go back and have a look at how this played out last week. All I heard was, user entered, you're timed out. So I don't think Xenox is back with us yet. But look, these matches, guys, this one shocked me the most. This was absolutely outrageous.
Unbelievable. This was a shoo-in for Elevate to not only get a win, but that win also giving them a top 4 finish. In doing so, would have confirmed them for 6th Invitational next year, and it just completely fell apart. Big shout out to Bouncin'. He had an outstanding game. You could see those kills ticking up in the top left throughout this match, wiping the floor.
A match that really didn't need too much introduction was Direwolves tied, and I think it panned out that way as well. I mean, is that too brutal to say?
I mean, it's brutal, but it is the truth. Tied pretty down bad at the moment, but that was expected considering that they have scrapped together this roster. They put up a little bit of a fight, so props to them for that. But Darwin, who are having a really good stage so far, just outclassing their opponents.
Ultimately, just built diff, and look, 2 teams that kind of went toe-to-toe, head-to-head, and rightfully so. It was kind of coined as the match of the day. It did deliver, guys, but unfortunately not for OS fans.
A deja vu for the Knights, unfortunately. Another really close result, not quite going their way. Gaming Gladiators, such a hard-fought contest. They struggled in the first half and then crawled their way back round by round, fought so hard to get it to overtime. Then, of course, it went to that 15th and final round. APAC, the key player in that round to help close it for GG. Really heartbreaking for the Knights. Just when it feels like they're finding a little bit of form, perhaps they get stomped down. They also have a bye this week as well, so they'll still be stewing on this result.
That's it. It makes it even worse. And obviously you can see now really the hopes for OS teams are slowly diminishing. You've got both Knights and Wild Cub with only 1 game left for the stage. So that's not good. But what is good is seeing that cluster toward the top end of the table. We've got really Direwolves kind of leading the charge, guys, but it's probably for that second slot now that we look to be a little bit more competitive.
Yeah, for sure. Direwolves are completely safe at the moment, if I am correct, with 2 play days still to go. So they have to be a little bit wary, but you're right. We are really looking at that sort of second, all the way down, even to the Knights, still a very outside chance at the moment. Probably more so Elevate above, though, the teams competing for that second spot. And there are some huge games tonight that are going to shuffle these standings. Direwolves could edge out on top once more, or if they lose, who knows? It could be an absolute mixture of teams contesting for that top 2 still.
You said that there's a lot of teams still vying for it, and this graphic is going to show it best. Sprabuni? Am I saying that correctly, guys? Is that
Yep.
The absolute legend, of course, updating the qualifying probabilities. So as you see, Guz has already alluded to, Direwolves all but a shoe in. Their spot for the major has also gone up about 20% in that last play day. Xenox, I believe you're back and with us at the moment.
Unfortunately.
Yeah, unfortunately, we do have to listen to your voice now. But we do have fun here, and we are still looking at a shoe-in with teams like Elevate and Fury vying for that second spot.
Yeah, obviously, when you kind of look at these numbers, it does sort of lead to that sense of hope for those particular teams. There's a lot that has to go their way when you sort of break it down as to the fact that Game of Gladiators basically just have to win their remaining 2 games and they'll go through. It does make life a little bit harder, but I guess when you take into account that very last Playday, Elevate versus GG, I'd almost then sort of back in that 20% chance for Elevate, provided they take down the Direwolves tonight and then take down GG on Playday 7. They can maybe force their way into the top 2. So that's one sort of way to look at it. And then obviously for Fury, when you kind of look at their 2 teams that they're going to be playing, Wildcard and Tide, well, I mean, realistically, they're towards the bottom of the standing. So they've got 2 winnable games there. So there's a couple of key matchups that I have my eye on that I think will determine a lot of these rankings. One of those being tonight, Elevate Direwolves, and then one next week, Elevate GG, the big ones to look out for.
So basically what you're saying is you're going to be watching Elevate the entire way through. You've already alluded to it tonight. We've got a very big matchup on the line. Direwolves will go head-to-head against Elevate. But, of course, we still have 2 more matches outside of that. Wildcard still vying for an opportunity. Very, very low percentage, but they are still fighting for the second spot. I'm probably looking more to Wildcard as being that team to just demolish Dreams, Guz, because I don't think they've got it in them to make it to the major.
Yeah, I mean, that was the storyline last play day, completely wiping the floor on Elevate, one of the hopefuls for APAC South, to represent us, I guess, even as far as 6 Invitational. That's really now up in the air. We saw that graphic earlier. But focusing on this match specifically, Wildcard could play spoils once more. Even if they win this game, win the game after, they're still not 100% going to make the top 2. They need results to go their way, hence their percentage chance is so low. And if they manage to take down Fury, you can see that would absolutely destroy their chances of making it for them personally, right?
This is crazy. When you look at the actual percentages here, you're really looking to the blue and the red that would really diminish hopes and of course get your big Direwolves over the line. It can look confusing. It's very simple when you actually look at it and you look at the probabilities. Xenox, I mean, surely there is no world in which Direwolves don't make this.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, when we look at the Elevate Direwolves matchup, it's more so what it does for Elevate than what it could potentially do to the Direwolves. Of course, if the Direwolves do win this, they're 100% locked in, but there is still, as evident by the wonderful graphic here, 90% chance they'll still go through anyway. So, yeah, I don't see a world in which the Direwolves will miss out on the major. I think, as I said, it just does a whole lot more for Elevate. It puts probably Elevate in the position where, if they can win this game and then take down GG, that second spot could very well be theirs. You can see how much it means, obviously, for the Gladiators, 74%, but you'd still have to then get through Elevate as well in the final play day. So, obviously, for Fury, it's just a matter of keep winning your games. Elevate, keep winning your games. GG, keep winning your games. The beauty of that, though, is that for all the remaining teams, though, Rob, is that it does kind of feel like they have their own say in terms of getting to that top 2 position. Yes, obviously a couple of them will be sitting back and saying, well, we kind of hope this result goes our way. Everyone's basically hoping for a wildcard to win, or if you're basically hoping for Tide to win, if you're Fury or Elevate. But ultimately, you win your games, you give yourself the best chance.
Jeez, it's just a simple game like that, mate. It's that simple. I can't believe we haven't simplified it like that before. Let's have a look at the predictions, something where a lot of simple people tend to congregate around. Tonight, we've got a little bit of difference in here. I think we've all given far too much kudos to Wildcard here, guys. There's no way that they're actually with a shoe in here.
What are you guys doing? I mean, I came out of the gates, got my prediction in early. I'll be the one to do the underdog. I'm last on the standings. I've got to do something to catch up, and then you and Dev, I don't know what you guys are doing. We're giving them a little bit too much credit, but hey, they played out of their absolute minds last week. The best we've seen Elevate, the best we've seen Wildcard all stage, making Elevate look second grade. So it wouldn't be completely shocking if they took it to Fury tonight.
I mean, that's just the big question right now for me. I look at that matchup in particular, and we've got a little bit of hope for Wildcard, but I want to make sure that we preface this well and truly. That is not a fair representation of where the percentages actually lie. However, game number 2 and game number 3, Xenox, probably much closer to what the percentages would look like by the community.
Yeah, and touching more so on game 2 especially, because let's be honest, it's the matchup of the night, Elevate versus Direwolves. I went back and had a look at the recent history throughout the calendar year. That's including APAC South, along with, of course, the Operation League as well. And it is a really, really tight, close affair. Both teams have won on Villa, Theme Park, and Cafe. The only map separating them was Skyscraper, which went the way of Direwolves. And while it's not quite, a 50-50 win rate between the two teams, it is essentially 60-40 in favor of Direwolves. It's very close. It could go either way, and obviously so much on the line for Elevate to attend the major. They have to be winning this game tonight. So, look, yeah, that could very much go either way. And obviously, look, Tide struggling this stage, and obviously for the game of Gladiators, where they're at, they are firm favourites and must get this win and put themselves in a position where another win on Playday 7 will get them top 2.
It's just so many must-win games. It's just what it's coming down to, and it's typical APAC South fashion. But we want to kick off with the matchup that has got us split the most, but I'm sure the community may not agree with us. It's Fury. They are taking on Wildcard. Again, want to reiterate, it is a rejuvenated Wildcard after their match on Sunday. However, Guz, if we're talking about Wildcard, surely we've got to talk about the interview we had with OJ and the polar opposite kind of response from Thursday night to Sunday.
Yeah, it was an interesting one, right? And it coupled with I think even the reaction from the Wildcard players that we saw on the cams after the game. If you had have paired that with the scoreline, I would have said you're trolling because it didn't look like they really cared that they got the win. And that's understandable to an extent. You look at the percentages, there's still a huge outside chance. And that's the real risk, I think, not only for Wildcard, but for Fury heading into this game. There is a chance where we see the biggest mutual destruction we've probably seen in the league all year. If this game goes to OT, pretty much neither team can make it, right? So this is do or die at its finest. Wildcard will be desperately wanting to come out of the gate strong, get a regulation win on the board, and we're looking at players like Bouncin to have another big game. He was monumental against Elevate in the final Playday. He was just absolutely destroying them on entry, alleviated a lot of pressure from the rest of the team, and I think most importantly, he unlocked a lot of rounds where Wildcard looked very 50-50, particularly on some of the attacks where they were stalled out. Someone had to step up, make plays. He was the man of the hour, and if he can maybe replicate it here again tonight, that could unlock Wildcard's chances of winning this game in regulation.
Surely that's almost going to be the only permutation here. Xenox, maybe that's a bit harsh. Maybe it's a bit harsh to say that the only chance that Wildcard have in this matchup is to hope for a wonder performance from someone like Bounce. Hell, we could see it from Cairo, we could see it from Vinny, but is that really what we're relying on here?
Potentially, but I think Fury may be coming into this really as, in my opinion, the favourite team. Obviously, you guys have gone for Wildcard, but you have to remember Fury did not play last week, so they're not quite, in the back of our minds, essentially. And I haven't necessarily forgotten the start to the stage that they had. They pushed Direwolves to overtime. They dismantled the Knights quite comfortably. They took down Elevate in a really big match and, fell a little bit short against GG 7-5 on Playday 4, which was, well, technically a week ago. Of course, they just didn't play on the Saturday. So because they didn't play the last Playday, have they maybe sort of escaped some of your minds? Potentially. But I think then, a factor obviously is the way that Wildcard was able to take down Elevate 7-2. But, is that a one-off? In my eyes, there's not enough to suggest that that's going to be what we expect from Wildcard, here on out. Of course, remembering, though, this is Wildcard's last Playday. If they win this, though, and they get all 3 points, it does sort of tie their best performance for APAC South at 10 points. So there's something there for Wildcard to achieve at the very least. They're not going to get top 2, but to at least tie their best ever performance in APAC South, you'll take it. And obviously for Fury, they've got to win, keep their chances alive for top 2. They then play Tide in Playday 7. Very winnable, both these games.
Is that 10 points across the entirety of APAC South, like since the beginning of last year? Is that what you're telling me from Wildcard?
Well, if they reached 10 points in Stage 2 last year. So to match their best effort in APAC South to get 10 points.
Even that is absolutely wild. And obviously, this matchup it is going to go the distance, I feel. I do feel as long as Wildcard have some kind of hope with them, that may push them along a little bit further. But, I don't want to hold too long on the discussion of teams because sometimes that doesn't mean anything without the map vetoes, Guz. We can say what we want, when we're looking at these matches, but when it comes down to it, this is where really, it can completely decide what we're going with. And it looks like we're going to bank. Give me your thoughts on this one, just initial take.
Well, my initial gut reaction to that is that it's good for Wildcard. Historically, at least, it's been a decent map, but then you actually look back at the history and how long ago they've played the map. It has been a long time between drinks for them. The last time they played it was in the OCS locally last stage. Obviously, the roster's now undergone some changes, so it's really hard to say if their bank is going to be as strong, perhaps even stronger since then. And then in contrast, Fury as well, it's a very comfortable map for them as well, a 4-2 record throughout the year, a plus 16 round diff. And it's their most banned map against. So a lot of teams do not feel confident taking Fury to this particular map. Wildcard had the decision between that and Oregon, so a sign that they're confident heading there. And although they're probably still the underdog despite the earlier prediction graphic, I'm backing them in to put in a good result. And like I said earlier, there's a big chance both teams knock each other out in this game, and I wouldn't be too surprised if this is that one.
Xenox, the game is ready, but I'll give you the final say. What are you thinking predictions-wise?
I think Wildcard did well with the map veto, but I'll still back in Fury. I think the entire body of work this stage, they should be favourites for mine.
I don't think I can disagree with that. Wildcard's final game of 2023 is on the line. And to run you through all the actions, Devin Mandy.
Thank you very much, Rob. This is a big game for both of these teams as we get to the pointy end now of Stage 3 here at APAC South. And Mandy, I'll throw one at you. Wildcard has never beaten Fury, and yet you picked Fury. So why is that?
I picked Fury because I think that Fury want this win more than Wildcard do. That's my take on it. I think the team that wants it more will come into it more prepared with that fire, and for Fury, their chances of going to the major are still there. For Wildcard, it's very, very low, and I think for Fury going into this, they're going, okay, this is do or die for us now. We have to win this one out, and that's why I've picked them in this BO1.
Well, there's no doubt for Fury, the major is within reach. They can see it just across the horizon, and this game could get them one step closer. This is a rematch of Stage 2 where these teams played on Bank. Wildcard took it 7-5. After that game, like Colas from Fury mentioned several times on the interview, that they really admired the way Wildcard played Ossa on this map, and they took that into their own gameplay, and we saw them use it in subsequent weeks. So I'm really keen to see what Fury have cooked up for such an important game.
That would be a pretty cool win if Fury are able to get that right. They learned so much from Wildcard, and they're going to beat them at their own game. How crazy would that be in this best of one? We're already pretty deep into this ban phase, Dev, and Hibana has gone off the board, so opening up some of those hatches, going to the basement, is made a little trickier for the side of the attack. I imagine we'll look at some lineups with hard breach charges, mini EMPs, that type of thing, to open up that basement.
For me, a big question is, will this Azami sneak through the ban phase? Azami is really powerful, especially on that the final ban from Wildcard goes out. It's Mozzie. Ooh. That's an unusual one. Mozzie and Valkyrie leaving Azami intact.
Fascinating little ban phase, Dev. There's a lot left on the cards for the defense. Valkyrie being taken out isn't super common on Bank these days. Mozzie as well. I can only imagine maybe a target ban from the side of Wildcard into a player in Fury, but it really doesn't strike me as anything too obvious. What I will say is that there's lots left in. The Mirror's been left in, Echo's been left in, which is a big thing for OJ, right? We see OJ play on pretty much every single one of these sites on Bank. We see him play on this one, playing inside a garage. We see him play in the top floor with that 1.5x and a long line of sights. It's a really important operator to have, especially going into that late game.
I've had a bit of a look on CGG, and it doesn't look like any of the Fury players have Mozzie as their main operator, so it could be specific to this map. I'm not entirely sure. It could be that those Mozzie pests are really good at drone denial on windows, and there's a lot of windows on this map. You might want to throw your drones in. But it is an unusual one, so I guess we'll see as the game pans out. But it's Wildcard starting on the defense first. They go down to that basement, and they brought up this really nice, very ambitious roam setup. I'm super keen to see how Fury decide to tackle this.
Love the way that they're playing this as well. They've used this castle barricade to section off a portion of this ground floor. We've got the teller's control with a rotate going to open area, and really the fall-offs are going to be through the hatches going to basement. And so Wildcard, very well thought out roam, well thought out fall-off process coming out from these roamers, already on cams early, as well as Cairo checking where the entry Fury is coming from.
And if there's anything unusual so far on the operator picks, to me, it is the Montaigne from Lycolis. He does have those hard breach charges, so he can assist with somewhat of the hard breach, particularly relevant since the Hibana is banned. But I wonder what the big shieldy boy is going to be able to do, and I would be a bit concerned if he gets too aggressive and finds himself confronted with an Oryx who could just dash him over.
Like Hollis, the one with the diffuser, though, just sitting his way inside of dirt, perhaps looking for an in onto the bomb site, reading into the fact that there is quite an extended roam going through this top floor. They need to decide whether they're going to clear it or just play the cutoffs for it, right? And that's what Fury are doing with their drone work at the moment. It's segmenting themselves on this east side of the map. Tuhan has gone completely undetected so far in this top floor. Meanwhile, Bounce in a tussle on the ground floor, but it's actually Cairo to take out the first pick of the series.
Hey, you were mentioning it's a tough call for Fury. Do they go for the roam clear? Do they go for a straight side push and then watch their flanks? It looks like they are now starting to contest this roam. Cairo's already found one, as you said, but they have managed to push back Bouncing further and further from open area. Like Colas just keeping tabs on the Warden here, but Bouncing still resides and he's still keen to do a bit of damage. He does have an opportunity to retreat, but I9 is not going to give him that opportunity. What a double from I9 on the Ash. And the entry for Fury brings them the advantage.
And that is so characteristic for I9, isn't it? Especially in this stage where he's really come into his form here on this Fury roster. On the entry, we see him on Ash, we see him on Iana, able to make those explosive early to mid rounds and opening up the round for Fury. Now they can start to get their in onto the site, but really, Dev, there's not a whole lot of time. There's a minute. Still 2 Yokai drones on the board. We've got Tuhan up. I'm not sure where he's gone. Has he fallen back onto the site? He's still He's still on the bomb site. There's a lot for Fury still to deal with if they want to get this plant down.
So how much more time will spill out before Fury go for this execute? A breach now enabled. Is Lycola's going to go for a turtle plant? He does seem to be suggesting that. Hajame's got his Twitch drone in, and that plant begins to go down. Is protected so far. OJ attempts to try and deny with some impacts, but that's not going to happen. Suddenly, it's a catastrophe for Wildcard as they have to 3 versus 4 retake with that Montaigne still up.
And how are they going to be able to get this through this Monty at the doorway? Vinny's going to go for a top floor retake alongside of Tuhan. Able to take down Hajime. Now man count has been evened out. OJ left alone on the site, but it's really on the onus of Tuhan and Vinny to get control of this ground floor.
I9 has revealed his position. Big opportunity for Tuhan now, but he's taken down. And the timer ticks away. OJ feeling hopeless. Vinny, he's helpless. 1v3 not going to happen. Even if he could get onto the diffuser now, there would not be enough time to win the round. And a great reply from Fury after a strong opening from Wildcard. Fury start this map strong.
I like the clear that Fury went for. I think that they didn't get ambitious with their clear. They said, okay, bank, it's a big map, right? You can't dedicate all of your resources to clearing top down, the entire map, that kind of thing, because you're just going to run out of time for their execute, especially when Echo's on the board, right? So they said, let's segment just part of the east side of the map. Only get Teller's control, only get open control, and assume from there the roamers are going to fall off. That entry from I9 is really what opened up that mid-round and enabled Lycolis and enabled the Monty to be able to get into the site and get that bomb down. That's exactly what they needed without getting too ambitious with the roam clear. We may have lost Dev. I'm not sure if the stream can hear Dev or not. Dev seems to be frozen for me as well. All right, we are lost in the source here on Bank.
Yes. What I was going to say before I disconnected was that it's interesting that Fury really regarded Wildcard and looked up to them for their Ossa play on this map. And here, with Ossa unbanned, we haven't seen Fury pick it, even for this top floor, or sorry, rather this open area and kitchen attack now. We've seen instead the Montaigne. We've seen another form of shield, and we've seen it leveraged to pretty substantial effect as well. However, not present this round.
Hajime instead has just decided to go onto the Nook, another X-Factor operator, pretty common nowadays, especially on Bank. Lots of nooks and crannies that you can sneak your way into. Seems like an east side take once again from the side of Fury. Not looking to do that top floor roam clear, immediately putting pressure on this bottom skylight stairs where Bouncin is residing, where OJ is going to deny that entry with those Yokai drones looking at that double door.
Quite like this early entry from Hajime. Keep him in the back of your mind downstairs while the rest of the action begins to play on out. He is droning himself, and he does have the Nook to evade any cameras. Wildcard fairly spread out here. Looks like 3 players on the ground floor. OJ, the only one really on site, but I've no doubt Wildcard have the facility to retreat. I believe that hatch in Janitor is open for Cairo to retreat back. But the thing, yeah, indeed, thank you, Sky. Thing is, on the attacking side, Fury are really just prodding the bomb side, threatening Wildcard that they may just start sending it in.
What can Fury do here? They have the hard breach of Lycolis, but actually going to send it straight in, Dev. Dark immediately entering his way into that kitchen. I9 to follow it up onto OJ.
Well, Vinny's found a double now, fortunately for him, but at least for Fury, they've taken down that dangerous Echo player and the Yokai's inactive along with it. Fury also have some site control with all 3 players now in staff room. Cairo on for a flank. You can see this information here for Wildcard, and he goes for a vertical line, an opportunity to try and put some pressure on through the floor. His position revealed though. He goes to take the fight with the SMG-11, but he's taken down. Tuhan and Vincia now. Vinny just prone, hiding in the back of open area, but that diffuser is on the ground too. He can't be finishing him off, and he is taken out. It's all on Vinny now, and I know exactly where he is. Fury go back to back.
What a crazy approach from Fury, hey. Both these last 2 rounds, what we've seen them do is segment part of the map and sort of cut corners in a way, don't you think so? That last round, what they were able to do was, typically when you go for a bottom square push, you need to open up that quad wall, flush out that position of OJ. But before you do that, you need a roam clear, right? If there's someone on the basement, if there's someone on the top square stairs, for example, where we saw Cairo playing, that hard breach charge is going to be all for nothing. You're not going to be able to get that on there. Dark, he was able to find the timing onto OJ, running through that double door in tandem with I9, catch them off guard like that, and Wildcard are not punishing the mistakes that Fury might be making in positioning. They're not punishing the fact that they're not roam clearing, right? Wildcard, they were still given that real estate at top square stairs. They were giving that real estate in the basement, with Hajime being the exception down there, but they weren't able to use it. And Fury, as a result, able to cut so many corners, skip so many steps in the roam clear, and able to get straight into the bomb site.
It's funny because it feels like that's the reason why Ying often gets banned, is to prevent those really direct attacks. I often think of Direwolves, who we'll see later today. They're the team that I think of whenever someone talks about sending it straight to site, standing around, really putting that pressure on, and then seeing an opportunity, going for it, often with that Ying. And yet Fury are doing it here against Wildcard, forcing them to keep reconsidering their options, feeling that pressure, feeling insecure in their own strategies, the own preparation that they have brought into this game.
Tough for Wildcard. They have such an extensive strat book, and the way they're spreading themselves out throughout the map is pretty ambitious, but it's just on Fury to cut down that strategy and really only hit one part that they've got a little bit of intel on. Wildcard, they need to catch on to that quickly enough if they want to still be in the game.
We've only just started the night, but this game has already promised to deliver. Fury, the ones with a lot at stake here. I mean, Wildcard to some degree also have a lot at stake. Was that a Twitch drone potentially that just detonated that Vulcan canister and did a bit of damage to Bouncin? Seems like it. Also prevents Cairo from retreating for now. Like this aggressive Montaigne. Such a hindrance for Wildcard.
It's aggressive, but it's only Lycolis. There's no one just behind him right now. Cairo doesn't know that, of course, unless he's able to peek behind him just now, but the rest of Fury only just starting to make their way into that ground floor. There is still a little bit of a roam coming out from Wildcard. We've got OJ contesting that top blue stairs. I9 is going to have to be careful sending out a grenade. A couple of my charges protecting him, and that shotgun is going to be deadly to fight. Or it's not, because I9 can just sink a nade like that.
Beautiful stuff from Fury. Once again, I9 with a perfect entry. He's going 6-0 right now. Finally gets taken down. But there is a refrag there from Dark, so all's well that ends well for Fury. And Cairo is now trapped behind the server rack. A Montaigne and 2 players on the stairs to pressure him. Vinny trying to support, but it feels like a fruitless task as Cairo is feeling that pressure. Vinny takes a bit of damage, and I mean, he can't afford to over-aggress here. Cairo's a dead man.
Fury have been able to do some pretty crazy things into this early and mid-round, Dev. I'm so impressed by the way that they've been able to read into these wildcard strats and cut them down like this, segment them out. They're just doing so well. Lycolis still putting the pressure on Cairo, completely cut off by not only the hatch but the door as well. There is no way he can fall off from the server stack.
He has to just do as much damage as possible in the meanwhile. There's no smoke on the board. OJ's been taken out, which means Wildcard can't stall out this push. Can he take down the Monty? He can! That's the diffuser along with it! He goes for the double! Cairo's been worth his weight in gold in the server! And now it's a 2v2 as Hajime backstabs to try and salvage the round for Fury, but Tuhan can finish it off and Wildcard find their first round on the board.
I can't believe that's how that round ended. I was so impressed by the way that Fury were able to make their entry. It was so minimalist. It was only a dirt take, only a bottom square take. There were no wildcard plays to contest them there, but it was Cairo. It was all Cairo in the back of the service stack. Just one player cut off, but they couldn't make their entries work. Able to take down two, and Tuhan just sitting in the corner of the main stairs undetected is what wildcard needed to claw themselves back into that round. And eventually, wow, take one away from Fury.
Phew, Mandy. It is a warm night here in Melbourne, and my studio with all my lights on, I'm starting to feel the heat, especially if these players keep giving us some exciting rounds. I might need an extra bottle of water because this is proving to be exactly the game that we were looking for.
This is an exciting game of Bank. It feels like both these teams have matured on this map so much as well. This wildcard that we're seeing, especially the defense that we're seeing, it hasn't always come into play. Fury don't always play into the strategy that Wildcard are doing, but we can see the preparation and the work that has gone into the way that Wildcard are setting up this map so extensively, right? And so masterfully. Fury, on the other hand, we can see the way that they're playing this map is equally as masterful in its own right, although a different philosophy. They're only taking a minimalist part of the map. They're only doing the bare minimum that they need to take the control of the site, right? And it's just two clashing philosophies going into this match, and it's so much fun to watch.
And it does make me wonder how this top floor CEO bomb site is going to play out. We talked a lot in the band phase. Well, I talked about Azami and how when Azami came out, she revolutionized this map, particularly this bomb site. She was so powerful. She hasn't been picked. Even though the Wamai is up, even though we could see that combination, those complementary operators, we're not seeing it. What's going on here? Maybe I'm behind the times. Wildcard feel like they don't need it.
Interesting takes from Wildcard.
This is
Tuhan's
some
actually
rogue
being...
stuff.
Yes, I was going to say, this is some old deep exploit stuff going on down here in the ground floor. Tuhan is being live droned in by the yokai drone of OJ. He's able to make his way down the bottom of the square skylight. This really is a DPEC and exploit moment. Hey.
Oh, but he's been spotted.
But they've intel on him.
They have, and Tuhan is surely going to die. Can he jump out? No, he's taken out. You can tell that Wildcard have been watching the Berlin Major. They've been watching the Major Champions Rogue at work, but unfortunately for them, Tuhan is no spoit and OJ is no DPEC.
Rest of Wildcard just sitting pretty on the site, having lost one of their comrades down in the ground floor. As the rest of Fury start to shape their way around the site, like Hollis is the one on those repels with those Selma charges. He can use that ranged hard breach to get something on the wall, but it's I9 contesting these angles early onto OJ. That 1.5x fight doesn't go in the way of the defense, and now Wildcard down 2 for the man count.
Can I just say, I9 is nuts this game. He gets another one. You say his name and he finds a frag. 9 kills and 1 death across 4 rounds. He's looking for another one, but Vinny puts another strike into that death column. Cairo knows he needs to make a play here. So tempted, picks his C4 back up. He wants to swing and find the player. He does take down BG Man, but not before the trade comes through and Fury can clean up the rest on what I9 started. That's another round on the board.
I9 and the rest of Fury are just so good at getting their elbows out in these gunfights. They know that perhaps the gunfight isn't always going to be one-sided, right? They know that it's going to be a 50-50 type gunfight, especially with that long line of sight. You're contesting like the 1.5x on I9's gun with the 1.5x on OJ's gun, right? And I9 is just so brave about it. He goes right in. Someone could swing from General Hoy. He's got no idea. He's going, okay, I'm happy to take this gunfight. Not only that, but he walks up to those angles again to take down Bouncin, who's playing inside of Meeting. And it's just the bravery on this man on the entry is unmatched by, I think, anyone in the league. Don't you think so, Dev? It is just crazy how aggressive and elbows out Fury are in this early round.
Isn't it funny that I9, formerly Napier, he was on Elevate, he was part of their ascension when they went to Six Invitational at the start of this year. He made a name for himself there for being one of the coolest guys at the event and just generally looking like an absolute badass. But he was then dropped. And everyone looked at Elevate and said, look, I9 was a great player, but clearly bringing on these 2 rookies, Mark and Mr. Punch, clearly a good idea. And clearly I9 did not fit the Elevate algorithm. And yet, here in Fury, he has been exactly what they need to rejuvenate this roster. Him and BG Man, both former Elevate players, brought on and turned Fury from a bottom team without a single point over 7 playdays in Stage 1 to now a serious major contender. And you just need to look at the scoreboard to see why. I9 is so impactful on these entries.
They do some good walking in the building.
Certainly does. And the left clicking, I've seen a lot of good left clicking this game, Mandy.
Good
I tell
left
you
clicking.
what. Very good left clicking. My goodness.
No more Buxton impressions here in the server. Wildcard are going to take us over to the staff and open room, open area bomb site. This is on the ground floor. OJ, we saw him play it before inside of kitchen, and he just got walked in on. That is the Fury MO. Whenever you see crimes going down in the early round, it is because I9 is the culprit. And is he going to fall to that again? Not sure about that. Like Hollis, he's down in the basement. He's already cutting off any flanks that might come through, putting down a claymore in the bottom of the blue stairs, making his way up now. But I think there's a player actually sitting on the stairs above him this time. Wildcard, they are contesting. Oh no, they're not. That is bouncing instead inside of Tells, contesting that entry early into Electrical. They're anticipating the early run-in from these Fury plays, and they're a little bit more ready for it.
Oh, Lycolis feeling the pressure of that Yokai. OJ's really been hitting the Yokais almost every single round so far. He's been playing them. He's been playing them quite aggressively. Problem for Wildcard has been sometimes he's a bit defenseless on site, and that's what happened the previous time Fury attacked this bomb site. They jumped straight into site, proned it where there were feet holes, and I believe there aren't feet holes this round, Sky. If we can see at the jump in, the printer window jump in, no feet holes this time to try and keep OJ alive longer. Interesting change in tack, but you know what? It's covered anyway. It doesn't matter if there are no feet holes because OJ's got Kairo's got vert onto it.
Not bad from Wildcard. When you open up lines of sight, they always work two ways, right? And so you need to be actively looking at them. Now Wildcard have gone for a little bit more of a minimalist type hold. They're not opening up as much. They're just holding on to the entries. Hajime, though, he's been able to sneak his way inside of Tellers. Does Bouncin? No. Oh no, Bouncin.
Bouncin is definitely a dead man here as he sprints on through and is taken out. That said, the call comes through. And a bit of a spray as well from the E1 hallway. Hajime returns fire as Lycolis looks to pinch Vinny. Fury fighting from behind. It's a 3v4, and just look at all this map control that Wildcard still have.
Not just the map control, but the diffuser is in the middle of nowhere. It's another continent, just outside of the Prince of Winter at the moment. If they want to get into the bomb site, they've really got to go for kills here. They've got to go for broken. That's exactly what Lycolis is doing, making his way into kitchen.
That said, guess who? It's I9 knocking on the door once again, and he's got 10 kills, 11 kills. He's just unstoppable this game. A quick 1-2 punch. And Wildcard take another round loss. Fury are up 4-1.
It is absurd what we are seeing on this attack, Dev. Really. Fury, the way that they play this bank is just... It must be so frustrating to play against if you're Wildcard on the defending side. Even though you know what they're going to do, right? You know that Fury are going to walk in the early round, in the mid round. They're going to be brave about it. What do if you are the side of Wildcard? You do not know where that entry is coming from. You just know that they're going to do it with the utmost confidence that you've never seen before. That is the Fury MO, right? And it is so frustrating to play against because it feels like no matter what Wildcard have done to alter their strategies, change up their setups to be a little bit less ambitious, a little bit less open, not as many lines of sights, that type of thing, it still feels like there are one or two Fury players that just slip through the cracks of the defense and are just able to take down Wildcard players. And it happens over and over and over again.
Yeah, this lurking game is just insane. Is Tuhan hiding so that they don't change their ops to bring a Thatcher? Nice catch, Sky, on the obs. I think that's what he's doing. He was hiding so that the team didn't know there was a Kaid and they wouldn't bring a Thatcher. Thing is, they did bring the Twitch anyway, so in theory they could remove the Electro Claws. And to be honest, it's Fury we're talking about. You know, they've got Monty. They might just serve a push.
Yep.
So we'll see how it pans out. But what I was going to say before, tagging on to what you were mentioning during that end of that previous round, Wildcard must be terrified right now. At the start of that last round, they took their tactical time out, they found the opening kill, they changed their strategy, and what did it get them? Nothing. Fury overcame despite it all.
Wildcard have completely changed their philosophy here, Dev, though. They're not going for a roam at all. Like you said, pointing out that Cade, they're bunkering down, and they're trying to punish the fact that Fury haven't read into the fact they have Cade to close those hatches, unless Hajime on that Twitch drone has just taken down the... Oh, not quite yet. Hasn't taken down the electrical. That's protecting Cairo for just a little bit longer. Now, Fury are going to have to look for this clear into the server with that hatch closed this time since the Cade Claw is there, and that's keeping Cairo in a much safer spot. The rest of Wildcard, they've bunkered down in these anchor positions, leaning into the late game, not wanting to get picked off by this early to mid game that Fury is so good at.
You know what? I think that's the second Twitch drone. Oh no, he's got one Twitch drone. He hit it in sight. Can we have a look, Sky? Do you mind? There we go. So he's hiding in the flame right now. He's going to look for this Electric Claw. There's players all around. He's going to try and get away, but he can't. So both Twitch drones down, and still the Electric Claw's alive.
But look at how good this wildcard read is. They've really read into the fact that Fury are still looking for these minimalist takes, only working their way down server. Oh no, BJ Man is actually able to take down Bounce, and that Electric Claw and that hatch must have gone down to a Twitch round or something like that earlier, and Fury are starting to make their way into server. That hatch is still closed for server. Cairo, if he could make his way out, maybe one of his teammates crosses over, it's still possible to play this power position, and really, there's only a minute left to go for Fury.
Cairo did so much damage the last time he played this position. He found a double one onto the Monty and then a second one to follow. He needs to have that level of impact again because Wildcard are already one player down. Dark's coming from dirt at the moment. The Monty giving so much information. Cairo over Pigs and Dark to be the pinch and the hammer to the anvil. Fury now in a 5v3 with server control.
5v3, but with only 40 seconds left to go and still one more smoke canister in the hand of OJ, also one C4 in the hand of Tuhan. That's something that's going to be able to deal with that Monty much better than what they had the previous attempt at this defense.
OJ needs to have his impact felt here, and look at that beautiful usage of the Capitão's fire and the C4 to come through from Tuhan. That diffuser cold on the ground in the 4v2 now for Fury. They try to make their entries count, and it's I9 once again to step up for the team. Hajime to close it, and Fury go 5-1 on their attack half.
It is not every day that you see a 5-1 attack half on Bank. That is crazy, and especially in the fashion that Fury have been able to do it as well, Dev. It just feels like Fury have made Wildcard look very, very silly. Anything that Wildcard brought out into the server, Fury made a complete mess of it. It didn't look like the Wildcard strat was coherent into the attack that Fury brought to it. They were so good at cutting down the map into parts that were achievable for them to take, either as a solo or as a duo entry. And being able to do that against this Wildcard defense and not having the roamers punish those entries and be able to surround them in that mid-round was really a testament to just how good Fury are in this timing, in knowing the architecture of the map and being able to just play against how slow Wildcard were. It's just crazy what they were able to do and make fun of them in the server.
It's been such a phenomenal game for Fury. Wildcard, they're hot and cold. Last week, they 7-2'd Elevate, former major quarter-finalists, 6 invitational attendees. And here, they're getting slapped about by Fury, who they have beat every single time these teams have entered an official match together. All year long, it's been Wildcard, 7-5 in Stage 1, 7-5 in Stage 2 again. And now, they are being made to look silly by a Fury who is here and ready to play. And right at the front of that, the tip of the spear, it's I9, who has been unreal.
I just want to double down on your point real quick about Wildcard. That's the danger of going for these ambitious holds, right? When you're doing an ambitious hold, the thing that keeps it together is the teamwork and the fluidity of your comms and being on the ball with it, because it really is a more individualistic type of strategy, right? You're holding onto parts of the map by yourself. That is what an ambitious hold like that does. And if Wildcard players are not on the board, if the comms aren't there, and if not everyone is on the same page, strategies like that really fall apart. And having Wildcard only do an anchor type hold towards the latter half of their defense was, I just think it was such a crucial mistake and has led them to this 5-1 half. Fury are now, with that confidence off the back, are going for a really extended roam for 2 or 3 players here on this roam. BG Man is ready to fall off alongside Dark, but just look how closely they're playing together. That teamwork is flowing through this team much better than it was through the Wildcard defense.
Yeah, despite everything, despite the aggressive hold, this is a fairly reserved way to play the roam, and BG Man's going to fall off before he's taken any damage. Dark feels a bit of pressure and then drops down the hatch. So it's a 5v5 with all Fury players on site. Not even a server extension, Mandy. And look at this, we've still got 2 hatches closed, and Wildcard are going to have to spend time to get this map control before they even consider of executing onto the site. Mind you, when they do, 3 gas canisters from Smoke, you've got all the Vulcan canisters from Goyo, and you've got 2 impacts from Alibi to deny that plant.
This isn't a bad read from... Oh, I was going to say not a bad read from OJ. He's just completely gone through the ground floor to the basement, but is actually taken down by Lycolis, completely on the ball with this SMG-11. OJ, how could you give away your life like that? You're the hard breach. Thankfully, Vinny has still got the hard breach charges, so that wall will be open in server, but goodness gracious.
I mean, now Vinny's got to choose, because the A hatch isn't open yet. So he's got to choose to get... Yeah, A hatch isn't open, the server hatch isn't open, so, I mean, by far, he'd want to get both of those hatches and 2 breaches. All he's got is 1 single breach with 2 hard breach charges. This is not ideal.
Oh, and there's 3 smoke canisters and 30 seconds as well for Lycolis. I9 is able to take the fight onto Garage. It's all fallen apart here for Wildcard.
Devastating for Wildcard. Fury have to hold on. Can Cairo get the plant down? He does. And now it is a 2 versus 5. Wildcard rely on Tuhan and Vinny to hold it now with no hatch open above the site. Neither the A hatch nor the server hatch are open as Fury begin to flood on through. Look at them retaking this map control. Wildcard just rely on 2 players to hold on. Here's Tuhan, he finds 1, but it is him versus the rest of the team. He cannot hold on. Fury find match point 6-1 after 7 rounds of bank.
Abysmal, really. That's my only word for that round. Just shocking the way that end round played out, Dev. There was some mission critical stuff that Wildcard had to do there to be able to make that work, right? They had to open up that hatch inside of admin if they wanted to cover the plant going down there. They had to get server open to be able to go for that backwards plant, bait out that utility. OJ, he was down there in server early. 1 minute left to go. That's sort of enough time to start baiting out that utility. But taking the aggressive fight onto Lycolis like that before that hatch had been opened, that's just cutting too many steps in that attack that they were trying to do, right? And Fury completely punished them for it with that confidence that they had. Not only that, but the way they played the roam, like you said earlier, was just so much more masterful than what Wildcard were doing. Both of them sitting inside of open together, falling off together, not giving their life, knowing that Wildcard are taking it nice and slow. 1:30 on the board, that's plenty of time to be able to fall off and set yourself up for the execute. It just feels like Wildcard are not in this game. The flow is not there in this team like what we saw from them on the last Playday.
It's so scary, isn't it, when tiny, minuscule mistakes have such significant repercussions. OJ over-peaking before getting a breach on, before waiting for his teammates to support him. It gives a free kill to Fury with no repercussion. Still, they've got Goyo and Smoke left alive. Plenty of time to delay, plenty of opportunity to prevent that plant from going down. Wildcard in dire straits right now, and you can see it on their faces. This is going to be a very difficult attempt at a home run for a Wildcard. It'll have to be 5 rounds in a row to just bring it back into overtime. Even then, the chances of making the major now are next to nothing. An overtime win still is just a 2% chance that Wildcard can make the major, whereas a regulation win would have been 12%. Now that is achievable. That's something to look to. It's slim, but it's something. Now for Wildcard, even if you manage to win 7 rounds in a row and take this 8-6, yeah, that'd be a great confidence booster, but would mean jack all in the grand context of the major.
Look, we've said a lot of doom and gloom onto Wildcard, but I want to put the spotlight onto Fury for a sec, Dev, because these guys have done really amazing today, right? The bank that they've shown us is not the bank that we saw in Stage 1. It's not even the bank that we saw in Stage 2. The confidence that these guys have got is absolutely absurd the way they're playing this. Even a Yokai drone inside of that ATM's window to help I9 jump out on any players on the rappel. How crazy is that?
Well, at least for Wildcard, Kara managed to spot it with his Twitch drone and take it down, so that's a big piece of utility gone early in one of the Yokai drones. Lycolis does have another one still in pocket, though he might not be able to throw it out before he gets taken down. Indeed, that's what happens. So no more Yokai drones, and a great early pick and a great early start for Wildcard.
Wildcard taking a very different philosophy to attack this bomb site compared to what Fury did. We've got a player inside of the ground. Let's bounce in inside of open as well, anticipating that the Fury plays may be roaming in this ground floor, and that's exactly what he's done in that cutoff. Dark is going to try and contest him with that bait and switch, a impact to go onto the wall, but Bouncin is not taken away by that. He's just moved himself into a very safe position to deal with this roam.
Bit of a game of chicken between Dark and Bouncin here. But realistically, Bouncin has no need to move, and listen to that. The logic bomb's gone and detonated. Sound cue. Dark hasn't had a chance to hang up his phone. Cheeky little update came out a day or two ago. Dockerby's calls now affect players in support mode. So if they're dead, they still can't look at cams.
But what have the rest of Wildcard been able to do? They are going for this lobby-sided take, not accounting for the roam of Dark. No! He misses all the shots, though, and 2-1 is actually able to take one down on the repels. What a chaotic round this has been, Dev.
Dark, come on, you've got to redeem yourself, man. You sprayed about 2 clips and haven't landed a single bullet. Oh, no, he's gone. All on I9, the man of the hour. He's got 14 kills and a 7.0 KD. But can he ace up? No, it's not happening. Well, there you go, Wildcard. Bat time you showed up. It's flawless, but you're going to need 4 more of them in a row to push OT.
This series has got you going completely Australian, hasn't it?
I'm having a great time. We're just sitting here having a yarn. It's going bonzo, you know? Oh, goodness gracious. Wildcard, that time, they look for a lobby take, and that was completely different to the take that Fury went for when they went for that top floor attack, right? They went, okay, there might be people roaming in the ground floor, there might be people playing inside of lounge, looking to jump out. Let's not even do a square take. We know that Fury are going to jump out of windows. We know they're going to go for crazy stuff like that, right? So by segmenting out the lobby and by putting Bouncin in that ground floor, it means that they're already actively there to take the gunfights from within inside the building. They can already predict the types of engagements that they need to have, and making their way up the stairs is really the only choke point that they had to go through to make that work. And knowing how aggressive the Fury plays were, yeah, they gave them those picks easily. They gave them those engagements really early on in the round. Wildcard, they're able to take that out, and I just think it's a really masterful way to play into the playstyle of Fury.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, but will it work moving on to these other bomb sites? For Fury, that downstairs CCTV lockers still locked for one more round. And so instead of the top floor, they will try CCTV, open area and staff room. Will Wildcard be able to adopt a similar strategy this time? It looks like Bouncin is once again doing what Bouncin is known for. I mean, he used to do this on Chiefs all the time. Get in the building nice and early and just lurk somewhere. Wait for a defender to try and rotate, and you'll get some freebies.
I don't mind this from Bouncin. I like that he's trying to get this map control, anticipating that there may be some Fury plays he's going to be able to catch off guard. He's just made his way through the entire basement all by himself, now up the main stairs, and there is indeed a Fury play that he's going to catch off guard inside of elevator, trying to take that momentum into the bomb side. Is unable to find anyone, but there we go. Wildcard with the man count once again.
A big player to take down too, I9. The one who's been ruthless so far. A lot less afraid now that you know that the rest of the team has, 12, 20 kills between them, whereas I9's got 14, all on his own some. Bouncin looking to potentially enable another cheeky play. I like that Fury's gone and barricade a lot of these doors, but Bouncин's the perfect operator for it, isn't he? The sledge takes him down in one easy hit.
These castle barricades are giving a lot of real estate to Wildcard at the bottom of these square stairs. Blocking off that double door is allowing the hard breach to get into this bottom square, right? Bouncin is here to cover. He's actually going to open up this castle barricade as well to make sure that there's no one in tellers that will be able to contest them. There is still someone in the form of Castle. Dark is trying to look for the peek onto Bouncin. A grenade goes out, wrong timing, and Dark is able to take down Bouncin. Maybe getting too ambitious with this entry. Oh no, he's able to take down another, but thankfully Cairo is there for the trade.
Yeah, this has been real rough for Wildcard. Even though they started strong, they've lost 3 players and only found 1 in return. Thankfully, Cairo was able to trade that player in Archives, but just look at the rest of the Fury guys. They're all on site. All of them just playing an easy crossfire with each other. And for Wildcard, I mean, yes, they could in theory get a breach on, but there's so many things that Fury still have going for them that Wildcard just can't boast for themselves, and most namely of which it's an extra player up.
Well, I think it's just a bit late to get a breach on, right? When they had to get a breach on was when those castle barricades were closed and when they weren't being contested. Like, Hollis can even get the read on someone playing inside of that melee hole. See, there we go. OJ now only just starting to get this open, knowing there was no one in tellers, but really, that could have gone down many, many seconds ago when it was much safer to do so. Now he's in a 1 versus 3. There's going to be no chance in hell that he's able to get this one.
Yeah, well, looks like Fury are going to lock it in with a Bing-chilling 7-2. Easy game through and through for Fury. And they take a dominant win over Wildcard. Resting assured, Thailand has still got it.
Wow, what a masterful game of Bank from Fury. It just felt like they were there through and through every single step of the way, especially to the early to mid-round. Wildcard were just not on the same pace that they were. The confidence that was exuding out of those Fury entries, even on the defense, playing super ambitious and confident holds, Wildcard were not there to match it.
And for Fury, where does that leave them? Let me check. Regulation win, 47% chance of going to the major. Watch out, Gladiators. Watch out, Elevate. Fury is coming for you. They've never, ever been to a major before. I9, perhaps you could count going to 6 Invitational, but what an exciting time for Fury. They started this year at the lowest of lows, not getting a single win in all of Stage 1. And look at where they are now. They may well be able to go to a major.
That's pretty crazy, hey? I can't believe that from Fury. It just doesn't seem like the team that we saw in Stage 3 would come, from Stage 1 would come to Stage 3, and we are saying that they're contesting that midfield. Not only that, but they're going to possibly be at the top of that midfield and could be going to a major. Like, that is not something that we could have fathomed just a couple months ago.
What a game for Fury, but commiserations for Wildcard. We'll go back to the desk so they can break it all down.
Big commiserations, a third 7-2 result, 2 losses, 1 win for Wildcard now. But the whole storyline here just completely shifts, right? We've gone away from Wildcard being the destroyer of hopes, the destroyer of worlds, especially for Southeast Asia. We now turn to Fury really having the upper hand. You know, this is absolutely massive, Xenox. I can't really, I don't think there's a way you can understate how far Fury have come.
Yeah, I mean, that's really been the story for them this entire year, right? From winning 0 games, from getting 0 points in Stage 1 to what was a very decent Stage 2, and now ultimately a Stage 3 that obviously has them in contention for a spot, the major going into the final Playday. Of course, a lot of different permutations that still have to play out regarding that. I mean, technically speaking, if Direwolves win their remaining games, if GG win their remaining games, then Fury can't go regardless of what they do. So, you know, there's a lot that still has to sort of take place, but they're in the conversation, and that's all you could ask for.
Well, I mean, really, I don't think you can ask for much more, Guz. This has just been a triumphant victory for Fury. You know, it could have been 7-1 at a certain point. But really, I think this just this kind of harps on the woes that we've had throughout APAC South. I think for, God, 2 years now, just of teams having such up and down performances.
Consistency is almost impossible here in this region. It's obviously very difficult in Siege globally at the moment, but Wildcard are probably the epitome of it here in APAC South. Just a really unfortunate way for them to sort of bow out this year. Yep. I'm sure they would have wanted a more competitive result, and whilst they did have a couple of good rounds, Fury just too good. I9, the key man in a lot of these rounds, just really stacking on the kills, stacking on the pressure, and Wildcard never had an opportunity to really get themselves back in this game. A 5-1 half, it's never a great position to find yourself in, very difficult to recover. Ultimately, that was the result, and yeah, for Fury, it sets themselves up so nicely. Of course, there is a world in which it's impossible for them to make it if results don't go their way, but with how tightly contested the league has been, I think they are in with a decent shout. They've got Tide next week. Tide have struggled throughout the entire year. That should be, on any day, on any normal day, a Fury regulation win. So all it takes is for a couple of results here or there to land their way. If Elevate, for example, play well today and knock down Direwolves, or GG falter in the last couple of play days, they are there in a position to capitalize. And as you boys said, reflecting upon stage 1 where Fury almost looked like a team on the verge of disbanding. To bring it back like this is really impressive.
That it is, and I want to hear it right from Lycolis. So let's welcome him in for the interview. Once again, feels like it's crazy. We're talking to you every other week, Lycolis. Look, massive congratulations on this win. This obviously sets you up for quite a heroic finish to Stage 3 and for 2023. I don't want to get there yet, though. I want to talk about Bank a little bit more. This is a map that you're very good on. Wildcard obviously have probably the best results out of all their map pool on Bank. Was that where you wanted to go from the start?
I think everyone like think the same as me. I mean, today it seemed easier because I just like step up and like kill everybody on the side. So that's why it seemed like easy. But overall, I think the Wildcard is a good team as well. But for some reason, I just like wall bang and kill like everybody in the side. So that's give us a lot of advantage to like play in the late round. And as you know, like Bang was like a hard map to defense when like you have below the number advantage. So if we didn't count the mistake on the basement second time that we lost by like misplay, I think overall we just won because I9 lead our play. Yeah.
Yeah, look, I didn't want to simplify it down to I9 shoot real good, but I'm glad that you have, because really that was an unworldly performance. That's almost thrown back to the start of 2021 as Napier. You know, that's a while back. But this was such a crucial match for you, for Fury. I want to know, you know, is this playing in the back of your mind heading into this match? What was the sentiment coming into it, knowing that you are so close to the major?
Yeah, we just talked about it. We didn't like thought much about it. We just have to like do our best and win the last two matches, and then just hope for the other team to lose for us to have a chance to go to the major. That's all we like what is in our mind. Yeah.
And obviously, you know, the entire storyline from start to finish for Fury and for yourself, the big question's been, how have you done it? Well, I think the point has been proven. You've made it here. I want to ask you, how does it feel to have gone from, you know, 0-7 in the very first stage to now being where you are? What does it feel like for you and the team?
Of course, it feels amazing. You know, the first day was pretty much like, I would say that I already know that we're going to like end up in the like last two position, like after the third play day, because like everything seemed bad. The synergy in the game, outside of the game as well, didn't go well. So I already know that we have to change something at the end of that stage, but we kept on playing and do our best. But well, you know, that didn't go well, so we just have to change. So that's when we happen to like bring BG Man and I9 by chance. Yeah. That's what we need to do, because there's something that we need to change because of the result.
Fair. Look, as per usual, like Hollis, we'll give you the floor here. Is there anything you'd like to say for the audience before we let you go?
I thought that thank you for like watching, I guess. See you next week. I hope so.
Like Hollis, I can only wish that we see you next week and potentially crowning you as an opportunity to head to the major. But thank you very much for joining us. Best of luck in your match next weekend. For everyone that is sticking around right now, we are going to go to a very short break. And on the other side, this could not get much bigger. It's Elevate taking on the Direwolves. First matchup done and dusted. It's a bit of a speed run for Wildcard, unfortunately. That does conclude their stage and, of course, their season of 2023. But we look forward to a game that really has been written in the history books for some time. There is so much on the line for both of these teams. Both of these teams have appeared at a major. Elevate and Direwolves. And, of course, both of these casters have been to a major, unlike two others that are sitting in Team League right now. Elevate and Direwolves go head to head. I really can't say that. I think I'm going to lose my job. Direwolves really on a rise once again after a bit of an abysmal stage 2, but they are really showing up here, Mandy. Again, want to reiterate, they are the only team that is undefeated.
Yeah, pretty shocking from the Direwolves. They had a pretty tough stage 2, I want to say. It just felt like they couldn't keep up with the improvement of the rest of APAC South. But as it came into stage 3, they injected this new life of Reaps into their team. And oh boy, has it been good. Their entries have been amazing since then. Their energy has been really great. And it's so exciting to see the Direwolves in the 7 now.
And, you know, with Reaps on this roster, Dev, they've never looked more dangerous, which is crazy to say, considering they did go flawless. They went 21 points in stage 1.
Yeah, I can't remember who it was from their team that said, look, despite their not going flawless and not statistically having as good a result in stage 3 as in stage 1, they believe they are a better team now. And yeah, you mentioned Reaps. He's actually the top-rated player on the team at 1.27 rating on CCG. He is a menace in the opening kills. 12 opening kills, 5 opening deaths. That's a +7. Not many players in the league can come close to that. Onigiri is next up at plus. Bouncing Balls is just behind him, but yeah, these guys are just nuts. They have had a phenomenal stage 3, and they are looking very hot for that major.
They certainly are, but one team that could start to squander a bit of this storyline, remembering that, you know, Direwolves do not have the Cletus run home. In fact, they go ahead and have to verse Knights next week as well. So it's definitely going to be a tough one. Elevate coming into this with a bit of a chip on their shoulder after last week's defeat. The team that Fury just slapped around then slapped Elevate 7-2, if you would believe that. I mean, APAC South, it's just full of mysteries. And so is this roster, I feel, Mandy. It really has just built into probably the strongest roster that we've got in APAC, and continue to showcase that form. Probably one that you're really looking to is Onigiri, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I think my closing words last Playday were that all the spotlight is going to be on Elevate for the next 2 Playdays. If they do not win their next 2 games, there is no chance of them going to the major. And having one of those games against the Direwolves and the other one against the Gaming Gladiators is not the end to the stage. That is ideal for this team. And yes, Onigiri is the player that we look to. This is the guy with the kills on the board, the kill record of the world in a BO1, with the experience, with the leadership in this team to try and propel them forwards in these next 2 Playdays.
Whew. Well, I mean, I don't think there's too much more to say, Dev. I know that you would have a mountain, a list to get through, but we also have a list to get through, and that is the vetoes. Let's go ahead and have a look what map we're going to be headed to. Again, I feel like at this point, both of these teams have a map pool of around 5, so it's going to be really difficult to pick something that is off meta. We're going to Villa.
Xenox will be happy.
He'll be very happy. Waiting for the Blue Panda tweets to come out. But Dev, what do you make of this one?
Look, this historically is a very good map for Elevate. They play this map. It's actually their most played of any map in the pool, but they play it mostly in the Operation League. So a lot of teams, they play different maps in their Nationals to what they play in their APAC League, because they have very different outcomes, very different achievements, different goals in each of the leagues. But I'm going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The last 5 of their last 6 games in Operation League, Elevate played on Villa, and they have a 10-2 record on the map, so they are very, very good at it. And some of those wins are over teams as good as Fury and Gladiators. However, they also lost it to Direwolves, so yeah, this is a tough matchup, because while Direwolves have played this map far less, they have been far more consistent on it, and they've won it the last 5 times in a row.
Well, it's been said, Mandy, consistency is the one thing that is flawed with every team. I would probably say in APAC, let alone APAC South. But where do you lie with this one? Are you in the camp of Direwolves, or do you think Elevate have got this?
I think this one is very tough to judge. They played this not that long ago, 9th of October. according to the dev match tracker TM, and Direwolves actually did win out that one. That's not that long ago. And Direwolves, what we've seen in Stage 3 is that they have very much diversified their map pool. That we've seen them take us to Chalet, we've seen them take us to Oregon, like all these kind of new maps that they didn't play in Stage 1 and 2, right? Villa, I feel like, is not something that I feel too afraid for the Direwolves, because it's clearly something that they're happy to let through, they're happy and they've practiced it, even though Elevate are strong on it. And I think that confidence that they've shown in the veto will hopefully translate into the server against Elevate, but it's going to be a tough match.
This is, and I mean, I want to preface this, before we even look at what map we were going to be headed to, this is one that we would always pin as being a potential match of the stage. Dev, with the stakes on the line, with both of these teams' hopes of making SI still not cemented, but neither team, I mean, Direwolves, I think, are sitting at about a 20%, maybe a little bit higher. Elevate at 50%, you might be able to correct me on that, but this could not be a bigger match, and at this point of the stage, this has got to be all pressure on the shoulders, surely.
Definitely. It's a big match for both teams, both in the context of the major, also for Elevate in the context of SI, because making the major essentially locks them in for Six Invitational. They won't have to play those open quals. But for Direwolves, the stakes are quite simple. You win this game, you're confirmed for the major. You lose this game, you're still very likely to go to the major, but an overtime loss means it's still a 96% chance they'll make it. Regulation loss for Direwolves is where it gets a little sketchy, 81%, which is still a very, very good chance, better than even Elevate's best chance if they win this game in regulation, which is a 34% chance. However, that's really the only outcome that Elevate are looking for here. A loss or even an overtime win is pretty scary for Elevate. They need to be getting the full 6 points out of the next 2 games and then hoping that Gladiators and Fury and maybe even these guys on Direwolves start to fall and drop points in their coming games as well. So yeah, there's a huge stakes behind it. It's also quite a historic match. These teams play each other all the time. And in terms of this year as a whole, the head-to-head between these two teams is actually dead even in terms of series. Elevate's 1-2, Direwolves is 1-2. That's if you count their game in Stage 1 during the playoffs, which Elevate won in a 2-0. So this is, in a way, the tiebreaker of the year between these teams.
And it may well be, if I'm not mistaken, the last match that they will play each other in, unless they've still got an op game to go. But Mandy, when we do talk about, you know, where the pressure is going to be, we probably look more to Elevate being comfortable in this position, right? I mean, they've been here so many times before. We spoke about it so many times last year. I know you were observing for us, but you would have heard us in the ears how many times Elevate squandered a chance like this. Do you think that pressure's gone? Are you at all concerned?
I'm concerned because Elevate have the major dodger curse that they had all of 2021, and now in 2022 they were able to overcome the final boss, and that was the visa, and they actually went to a major, which is exciting. For Elevate, I think with onboarding Laxing, what they've got is someone that I wouldn't say is like a performance coach or like a sports psychologist or something like that, but it's someone that can relate to the players. It's someone that gets them in the right headspace, and that's constantly what the players comment on with his presence in the team, right? Laxing himself has said that Nano Kid, who's the analyst and the head coach, does a lot more work in terms of strategy, in terms of telling them what to do actually in the server, but Laxing is the one that keeps their head in the game, right? He's the one that's calling the tactical timeouts exactly when they need to, when things start to go awry, when they need to be back on the same page again, when they just need to get that flow through the team. It's all him, right? It's all up to him, even though the language barrier is there, which is absolutely crazy to me. Apparently the language barrier doesn't affect them all that much from the last time that we spoke to them. Laxing just has that intuition and that feel for the comms of the team that he can tell when things are going well and when things are not going so well, and exactly when to put them back in the game as a team. And I think that with that support that they have going into it, I hope that they have the composure that they need to take down the Direwolves.
Look, that might be a game changer, Dev. And, you know, to play the devil's advocate, I mean, Odin and Harambe have done a phenomenal job by all accounts for Direwolves. You know, I think both of these teams are at very similar peggings at this point, and this is just overall a fantastic match. And with honestly everything on the line for both of these two teams, we head to Villa and we go to our wonderful two casters, Xenox and Guz.
Some would maybe argue, Guz, two of the best teams in the region. We definitely have two of those players, though. Reaps and Onigiri leading the way at the moment when it comes to the ratings, 1.28, 1.27. The only two players that have been able to crack 1.2 plus. So many repercussions here based on who's going to win or lose this game. For the Direwolves, win, they go to the major, lose, and suddenly it will be a tense final play day. For Elevate, it's pretty simple. They must win this game.
A lot of pressure on Elevate. Perhaps the most they have felt throughout the year. The flag bearers for APAC as a whole really throughout 2022 on Struggle Street. Their spot at the major hanging by a thread. 6 invitation on the threat as well. Dials stand in their way, less pressure on their shoulders. This should be a very, very good game.
Kind of hopeful, right? You see these kind of matchups, Elevate, Direwolves, you see what's on the line for these teams. You know, when you look at Onigiri and Reaps leading the way for their respective teams this stage as well, everything is pointing to this being basically a classic match for the ages, one that people will come back and watch. You hope that is how it will play out, but sometimes, unfortunately, in this region, it's really difficult to predict. We're going to see the Nook and the Flores band first. Now, Elevate betting. First defending operator. Over to Villa we go, a map that both of these two teams have played together against each other. Both have come away with wins against each other on this map, further confiding this match to being rather 50-50 as the Valkyrie gets banned out.
We compare the bans from this match to the last time they dueled each other on Villa in the Operation League. It was Dokkaebi, Valkyrie, Yana, and Azami on that occasion. So there will be some difference, at least on the attack. Nook mitigating some of those lurk positions down below for the attack that won't have to be dealt with, and Flores key in some of the util clears on this map will also play no further part. That means that the Dokkaebi, for instance, that was banned out last time, recently buffed as well. We'll see some playtime here, and an operator that will be keenly keeping our eyes on. Not selected for the first round, at least initially. We head over to AVG. Dial was kicking it off on the defense.
Yeah, and Dokkaebi is sort of like a pocket pick for Onigiri, right? So obviously it's something we're probably going to expect to see from him, especially at some point. And kind of looking at some of the statistics, unfortunately for Elevate, one of the shortcomings for this team so far this stage has been their entry play, except Onigiri, who's plus 9. 11 entry kills, guys, for just the 2 deaths. But everyone else, -2, -3, -4, and then only missed a punch at a +0, which you know, it doesn't sort of bode well for them. Obviously, first half on the attack, this is where they're going to have to maybe turn some of their misfortunes on the entries and find some success there. On the flip side for the Direwolves, respectively, Reaps +7, no surprise there, but he's getting help at least. Souffle and ED both really good when it comes to entries as well. So the Direwolves on the attack, generally a formidable opponent, and of course at the moment on 11 points, they are the top team in the region. They are 1 result away. Basically, even an OT win, I think, almost gets them locked in. So that's how close they are to the major, but you lose here and it could all fall apart. They play the Knights next week. That's never an easy matchup. Direwolves on the defense first. Over to Aviator Games for our first round, but presence over in Stat Trophy at the moment. Souffle very greedy here. The drones go out. They will spy him and they will force him back.
Just playing time, playing safety. Souffle's goal to chip away at the drone economy. DCH, though, from that western window, cutting off the cross towards top red. Able to catch Jackie Wu off guard. The trade doesn't land. Too slow from Souffle. DCH to punish. We're critical of the entry stats for many members here on the Elevate roster, but DCH proving the numbers wrong here in the first round.
Yeah, and a good start. And that's what they need. And they need it to come from someone other than Onigiri. It has to be a whole team effort, ED. Well, that's just going to be the Gemini, and then the swing from Onigiri. Hello, there he is. The little master clears out 90, and it's a +3 advantage now for Elevate, and this is the perfect start. The dream start. 3 for DCH. They have cleaned house. Only Reaps remains. Could that be an omen for what's to come in this match? Is it all going to be on Reaps? He can't win this one. Flawless start from Elevate.
Nearly a perfect round. Onigiri just taking a slight amount of damage. Outside of that, every single member from the Direwolves caught napping. A great start here on Villa, a map which can be a tough nut to crack at times. Elevate, though, making it look easy on the sweep. Trophy stat in response here. Direwolves not wanting to double down. Rightly so. Demolished on their first attempt. I'll look to switch things up.
Yeah, really good start. I'm glad I now also preface those entry stats because that's really what sort of came into the play there in that opening round was the ability for DCH to just push in, get those kills. It's something Elevate have lacked so far this stage, and yet they bring it out in the opening round here on Villa. That is a perfect way for them to just sort of hype themselves up as a team, to feel confident that they can attack, they can get these rounds. Remember, this is an Elevate team that not too long ago, guys, it was only, 5 days ago, got absolutely slaughtered by Wildcard of all teams, 7-2 on Oregon. So, obviously there's a bit that they've had to sort of go back, learn, and maybe even rejuvenate as a team coming into this massive game. But it's a massive game because of that shortcoming match last week. So they need to start strong. They do so in the opening round, but of course, Direwolves, one thing I will remind you guys, I think in their last 2 matches have lost the opening 2 rounds every time, then turn it around after that. And a lot of the times off the back of a tactical timeout called by Odin. So maybe history will repeat itself once again here for the Direwolves.
Yep, they really have been late bloomers in a lot of their games throughout the stage. And they have been the most consistent team. So perhaps that trend will repeat once more. Some aggressive attacker repicks coming out here from Elevate though. Sapper will jump onto that Dockerby role. And again, as they've mentioned in the previous game, slight adjustment to her gadget going forward. It will disrupt dead defenders while observing drones now on a Geary. Early damage, early kill. No response again from the Direwolves. Multiple engagements where the Direwolves have been completely asleep. Elevate, to their credit, capitalize, applying a lot of pressure. Onigiri now lurks for a second over towards Bricks and may well get this pick as well.
Oh,
And does. Again, no response. No bullets traveling the opposite direction here from Direwolves.
a little bit careless there from Pika, especially when they know that Onigiri is lurking around. And while Souffle will finally shut that down, the aggression from Elevate is clearly on display for all to see right now. But a really decent job from Souffle to backfill in over towards Astro and clear that position and make sure it still is held strong. But of course, sight now open potentially for the taking in from Bedroom. Just over 90 seconds remaining. DCH will make his way over towards Red Stairs. This is a pivotal fight. Pushing up. Who wins this one? It's Jackie Wu with the high ground. Brings it back to 3 versus 3. And all of that good work from Onigiri undone shortly. Jackie Wu finds a second. And suddenly the Direwolves have the advantage here in the round.
Their greed does not go unpunished. Jackie Wu stepping up. Repositions now next to the stat. Tucked away in the corner. It's 2 versus 2, however. Mark with the AK-12 finds one back. Has the diffuser in hand. Elevate have 60 seconds to work with. A plethora of drones. Sapper has one in the pocket, importantly as well, that he could use, but instead they're going to try and pick blind. Jackie Wu spots the knee. Wants to get it aggressive, get it back in favor of the Direwolves, but can't land his shots. Reaps falls. Sapper's been allowed to push through, able to pinch the Jaeger out. Elevate claim round 2.
Oh, what a back and forth round. But it is Elevate that pull away with the second round win, and it's a great start. Onigiri paving the way early. That play through Bathroom, clearing out Astro, then even swinging into Bedroom, finding a second onto Pika, who was a little bit careless on sight. So stat trophy eliminated there, and we head back to AVG. A great start for Elevate, but no tactical timeout called by the Direwolves. But it is the 3rd week, well, I should say the 3rd Playday in a row, guys, that the Direwolves have forfeited the first 2 rounds. It is at this point, though, where they as a team always respond. So now it's on the Direwolves to do just that. You do not want to start 3-0 down.
No early tactical on this occasion from the Direwolves. Very intriguing. They go back now to AVG. Lose it once more, especially in a convincing fashion. That might trigger it. Because it's been a very disappointing way in which a lot of these rounds have opened up. The entry from Elevate has been dominant. But as I made mention of in the previous round, it's as simple as bullets and pressure with that is just simply not coming back the other way. Direwolves looked frazzled.
Yep.
Getting caught off guard, under a lot of pressure, not looking themselves. Now's an opportunity, though, to try to stabilize, at least apply some pressure back and be really mindful of some of these entries from Elevate because they are sneaking in this map even without that nook, and it's causing issues.
I should remind everyone as well, the Direwolves have not dropped a map since July. That is 16 maps straight for them. well, technically, I should say actually 15. I should say that the map they lost was in a best of 3 grand final. So that is where that streak, of course, sort of then began. So it's been a long time that the Direwolves have not tasted defeat. Obviously, then therefore undefeated so far in APAC South. 11 points. 2 Playdays to go. Surely it doesn't just come crashing down in Playday 6 and 7 and to miss out on the major. But if it is to happen, Elevate must win here. Direwolves would then have to also then lose again in Playday 7-2. The Knights Souffle, that's down early. Elevate continue with their aggression. DCH just walking straight in. And it's again an early start from Elevate. They are setting the tone. They are the ones that are creating, and Direwolves are just on the back foot. They are responding. They're not able to put any pressure onto Elevate first.
And it's the exact same position. Pika, of course, does eventually place that Nitro, but it's too little too late. That needs to be responded to more swiftly and more proactively here from the defense. Reaps finally will salvage something back. One of the standout players for the Direwolves. New pickup, of course, and gets a second. Really well played. Reads into the drop there from DCH, who probably offered a sound cue. Onigiri now looking through the drone hole. Maybe for a trade. Low percentage play, though. Instead, we'll go for the peak. Might be forced to vault, but can't win out the engagement.
Reaps.
3 for Reaps, and this might be the first round in the bag for Direwolves.
An absolute class player. One that is for the now and the future. 43 seconds left here in the 3rd round, and the Direwolves on the verge of maybe collecting a round win. They so sorely need. Only down to Mark and Sapper now for Elevate. Bad position as well. Goes to the wallbang from Reaps, down to half health, but wasn't able to find the down he was looking for. Jackie Wu falls to Mark. Still a little bit of time here. Sapper gets the headshot onto Reaps. He's gone. So it's Pika and it's ED versus Mark and Sapper. Diffuser in hand. 20 seconds left. Moving over towards 90. Pika has the shield to still play from behind. This is a very, very difficult position still for Elevate to win from. But ED falls. The trade from Pika. It's quick. It's just, but it doesn't land. Mark going for the plant suddenly into red time. He sees the ping, but he's going to push the player at 90. Does find the kill, but Mark should be able to get off of this and maybe defend for his life behind the vault door at default position. Pika inside a vault. He's just going to swing. He just walks straight to his sideline. 3 rounds for Elevate. A messy end of the round, but it's Elevate again who just come out on top. Surely, maybe a tactical timeout from the Direwolves might be necessary now. Surely.
A 2 versus 4. Shield standing. Echo alive. Vault position being held. You look at that, you pause the round in that moment, 90% of the time, Direwolves should be winning that out, and I would even bolster that number, a team that has been, so far, this stage, incredibly consistent and strong, but they flounder. Much like some of the entries in these rounds, they just do not look themselves and throw away an extremely advantageous position. Tactical has now been executed, and you said before, Jake, that a couple of times this stage Direwolves have had poor starts and had to bring it back, but this has got to be the poorest of them all so far.
It wasn't the worst round, I will say. They had a 4 versus 2 advantage, but Mark and Sapper, patience. They had Reaps, of course, still lurking behind. They cleared him out, and then once you deal with him, you push forward to sight. It's a wonder, though, how that doesn't get traded. You've got shield. Mark obviously is planting default. He pushes the player at 90, gets the kill, but by that point, then he's got the plant down. Some very quick decisions that had to be made. And obviously for the Direwolves, though, when you're up 4-2 in a round, you've got to find a way to win that round. But credit to Elevate, fighting tooth and nail. They understand what this game means for them. Must win, ideally in regulation, to get all 3 points. If they do that, they put themselves in a position where simply beating Gaming Gladiators in Playday 7 will send them potentially to the major, dependent on other results. But that's the best that they can, of course, do for themselves. It does wonders as well, potentially for Fury, of course. If they beat Tide, they can go to 13 points, which is more than anything that Elevate can get. So many permutations still to play through, but if you Elevate, if you Direwolves, you just got to focus on this game. It means so much for both of them. Now the onus is definitely on Direwolves to respond here. Show us why that they've had that undefeated streak for so long, why they're regarded now as the best in this region, why they were able to go undefeated in stage 1 and looking to sort of replicate that feat here in stage 3.
AVG again, and it's Reaps again. Big last round, and he shuts down the Danger Man in Onigiri this time. I use the term Danger Man loosely, at least in the context of this match, however. Look across at the numbers, and it's actually been an even split for Elevate. DCH trades some damage. Doesn't find a pick, though. Mr. Punch now. Activated the Gemini just to scout ahead. That's probably to give DCH a little bit of breathing room to pressure this stairs position, but instead he'll rotate. The pace in the round just slows down, the energy zapped out of it, but it's Reaps again. So good so far.
You know what it is, though? It's map pressure.
Yeah, exactly. Denying that entry, and that's not what we saw in the first couple of rounds. Now it's just up to the late round. Dials, much like the last, this is one they just need to convert, get across the line, get around on the board.
Yeah, just under a minute and a half remaining, so there is still time for Elevate to bring this one back, as they kind of did in the last round. 3v5, not possible. Reaps, though, just keeps swinging everything. This is exactly what the Direwolves needed, though. Aggression. Looking to create and find opportunities to get kills early in the round, to not allow Elevate to just basically waltz on in and get some free kills. Punch gets rid of Reaps, but there's the trade. Finally, a trade that goes the way of the Direwolves. With Souffle finding that kill, it's back to a 4 versus 2, but we were in this exact scenario in the last round, and Elevate still brought it back regardless. But that is surely going to be a downfall moment there. Mark take it to below half health. Mr. Punch, no health either. They do have Diffuser in hand, but so much work to do. And I would imagine that Direwolves are not going to be giving up position lightly. Souffle sitting inside of Astro will not allow this push up the stairs. Unless timing is against him, it is not. So the Direwolves will bite back. It's taken them a couple of rounds, and as always, that tactical timeout, that talk from Odin, it always pays dividends. 3-1.
It's what they needed. Able to get around on the board and not allow Elevate to run away with this match too much. Stop them in their tracks. And a large portion of that credit needs to go to Reaps. That's 2 huge rounds in a row, and the rest of the team able to step up on this occasion to reap the benefits of that hard work. Applying pressure on the entry, not allowing free real estate for Elevate like they were able to stake their claim on in the first couple of rounds. Doing a great job there on Alibi, showing the versatility of that operator and the strong frag potential that she still has in this meta. Over towards Sat now for round 5. Direwolves electing not to dabble in Kitchen, for example, or even Library in this match so far. Of course, if they win this, they'll lock out the 2 primary objectives above and we'll need to select one of the tertiary, but interesting to note nonetheless. Now the ball is in the court of Elevate. A 4-2 attacking half would look really great for them, and they'll be hungry for it. Second
highest rated player on the Direwolves is ED, currently 0 and 3. Do wonder if there's still a little bit more firepower in the arsenal for the Direwolves. Reaps, of course, really leading the way, especially in the last 2 rounds. Souffle starting to pull some weight as well, but Sapper finds the opening kill onto Jackie Wu. And I think for Elevate, it's about understanding that they're going to start peeking some of these windows. They're going to start applying pressure. We'll just sit back a little bit and see if they really do peek those. And yeah, I think it was a window elimination. Means that Elevate have the advantage now.
And that's the risk that you run as Direwolves on the defense here. Contesting that entry, all it takes is to find yourself in one awkward position or get timed a little bit here or there and can unravel the round for your team. Onigiri lit up. Dueling outside on this bedroom balcony. Souffle is holding the bricks position. Doesn't have a shield though and was droned out. Not the safest of places to play. Elevate now stacking outside. They'll be looking for some ground. The Gemini to maybe find a bit of info, but deny. Mr. Punch, however, though, will find a kill from up above.
That's
incredible.
Twice. Well, twice now that Pika has just seamlessly died on site, pretty carelessly. on Stat Trophy to be exact as well. And Elevate now with a massive advantage here. And they are starting to really just overwhelm and pressure this side. Onigiri with a big kill onto Souffle. That's one from Reap's back though. You kind of expect him to get one or two, but he needs a little bit of help. ED finally has to start standing up here with the SMG-11. Still one gas babe available. Second highest rated player on this roster. You got the two best players alive if you are the Direwolves. Elevate already won the 2 versus 4. Can they do it as well? There's that final gas babe. Candela out for Mr. Punch. And Heaty's going to play it. He has to play an aggressive position. The player's still inside a closet though. It's on Akiri. He's on for 2 in the round. Reaps will shut down Sapper, but Mr. Punch is there for the counter punch. And Elevate quickly bite back themselves. 4-1 the scoreline.
And again, very much echoing what we saw in the first couple of rounds where Elevate are able to just pick away and get, I wouldn't use the term easy kills because they're not, but kills that have little in the way of retaliation. We saw the pick off the bat through the window there on to Jackie Wu, and then from the skylight uncontested, a second player on site. That completely weakens the rest of the defense for the Direwolves, and we saw Elevate swarm around like sharks afterwards. The second that second kill came through, they completely gave up on the stack outside, and they had so much more breathing room to play off. That's exactly how they were able to win out that round, and despite the 2 best players from Direwolves in Reaps and ED still being alive, it's an almost impossible situation to win out. Elevate now with 4 rounds on the board. We'll finally see this rotation over towards Kitchen, and if Direwolves want to stay alive in this game and potentially lock in their spot at the major, this is pretty much as close as it gets to a must-win round.
Yeah, you got to be winning this round. I can't see them bringing back 5-1 against the Elevate in the way that Elevate are playing right now. It's team orientation for Elevate. 6-4, 4-4, 3 the kills at the moment. Of course, Onigiri on top. You expect that, especially in the form that he is in for this stage. They're just on another level in being able to respond. Elevate bringing the aggression for the first couple of rounds. Direwolves try to counter-aggress. So what Elevate do, they sit back a little bit. They watch those windows. They allow them to peek. Jackie Wu watches it, gets a free kill. So it's like, well, if you're going to aggress, then we'll just sit back a little bit. So now Direwolves in this sort of predicament as to what do you really try and do? Reaps tries to make a big play. He thought he had the intel, but Onigiri just a little bit better. And he gets the opening kill once again for Elevate. And it's looking quite dire now for the Wolves.
Reeves just pushing his luck a little bit too much. Will play no further part in this round. It's another entry for Elevate, just stacking them up. Who from the Direwolves now can try to respond? Souffle potentially on the roam with the Oryx Peaker as well up above at 90 are in playmaking positions. ED and Jackie Wu even eager to make something happen. And it's in positions like this where you really do need to force your hand of the opponent. DCH down. Peaker able to drop down from 90. Get that kill. No immediate trade, and Souffle now comes to assist. Onigiri went for the trade, but too late. No impact. It's Peaker who's been quiet so far in this game. Good for 2. Minute 30, and Elevate need to salvage the round.
Massive round from Peaker. It's been a little bit rough for him, especially on those stat trophy sites, but having a huge impact in this 6th round. Must-win round for the Direwolves. They got 3 versus 4, but we've seen them in this position a couple of times already. So call goes out. Sapper on the Dockerby. That's going to be the final one. Oh, decent angle, but not quite being able to find the player. But walking straight in towards Kitchen now. It's Mark that finds the kill into Jackie Wu. Brings it back to a 3 versus 3. Get rid of the camera. Sapper just really clearing the way for Mark. But Pika just swings. That's quad. 4, 5 as a team, courtesy of Souffle. The Direwolves get that needed win that they so desperately wanted. 4-2 the scoreline going into the second half.
Keeping themselves within arm's reach. A decent effort there from the Direwolves. I think, though, they'll still be disappointed with how a lot of those rounds did play out, but 2 rounds gives them a meaningful buffer now heading into their own attack. And perhaps if they can apply the same level of pressure on the entry that they were subject to, it could keep things very entertaining. Now, the other storyline that's really critical in this matchup, and we have a little bit of an update on it now. Of course, the data is a little bit inaccurate because it was based on Elevate winning this game 7-1, If that result had have come through, Elevate bolster their chances, which sit at about, I think it was like 60% heading into the night for 6 Invitational, would have jumped them all the way up to 99.94%. Now that, again, is if Elevate win the game 7-1. That's no longer the case, so I assume that it's been chipped away at a little bit, but it's still a huge boost in their chances of making the 6 Invitational. They'll be able to qualify through the top 16 in the world. Of course, though, a loss here would, again, take a big chip away at that. So a big, big game for both teams.
Yeah, and as has been sort of spoken about, a loss for Elevate, they don't make the major. It's pretty simple. A loss for the Direwolves, and there's still every world in which they do make the major. I mean, I think really the goal for the Direwolves is to win one of their last 2 games. I'm almost all but certain that a win over the Knights, regardless of this result, would still seal them a place at the major. That would put them to 14 points. No other team having a chance to match or beat that. I think only the Gaming Gladiators would be able to get to 14 points. As we know, of course, the Direwolves have that head-to-head anyway, so a bit moot is that point. So second half we go. A wonderful opening half from Elevate, all but aggression from them on the offense. We'll see what they've got on the defense, but on Aguirre, that's not an ideal start in the hallway. He has taken an absolute beating.
Yeah, nade from the front door up towards that classical hallway. Does quite a bit of damage. Perhaps somewhat unlucky that Jackie doesn't net the kill, but that's just good positioning from Onigiri to stay alive, and he'll be able to make an impact later on, especially once Sapper's under pressure. He can backfill that position if required, maybe even tandem that hold. Jackie is still pressuring it. Doesn't have a grenade though, so perhaps looking for a peek. Elsewhere, ED's droning out towards the north. Mr. Punch, though, monitoring that. Feels like a promising attack here from Direwolves, but again, it relies on them getting that opening pick. There it is, Pika. ED responds, he explodes in towards bedroom, and Mr. Punch has been forced on towards the stairs. And talk about stairs, there's Onigiri, who stayed alive earlier to drop Reaps.
Yeah, and Reaps probably feeling like the onus is on him to make something happen. Mark getting the kill onto Pika, brings it to an advantage now for Elevate here on the defense. It's going to make a very difficult proposition. Jackie Wu, though, basically expecting Onigiri to still be holding that position at Brown Stairs. 44 seconds left. Drop down from ED. Needs to win this fight at Red Stairs. If he does so, it really opens up this round for the Direwolves. In fact, he's just going to walk on by. 34 seconds. There's not a lot of time, guys. The site's still firmly in control of Elevate as well.
ED, the Argus launch down below, looking to gain critical information in the back end of this round. Mark tucked in the corner. Can only assume DCH and Mr. Punch are looking to play off this contact. Punch, it's Mark rather, gets the pick. Unlikely to be traded, but ED forces himself in. Lights up DCH. Souffle in on the action as well. DCH over towards Vault, isolated, low on HP, but he drops the diffuser. He can play time, but ED, the hero of the round.
Massive win for the Direwolves. Sloppy, every sense of the word, but you take it. 4-3 the scoreline. And suddenly a match is starting to really form after a 4-1 start from Elevate. The Direwolves slowly but surely finding some ascendancy in this match. 12 seconds left, 2 versus 2. It was Souffle that made a lot of that happen. And ED to then finish off the work that he sort of started once they pushed into sight. Massive round win. Elevate will repeat. ABG.
Certainly did not expect Mark to be shut down there on the trade, but credit to Direwolves. Narrowly winning out that round. Now trailing by only a single point in this match, and a good way to kick off their attacking efforts. The repeat from Elevate's interesting, backing themselves in to tidy up a couple of things. Overall, it was actually a decent round. I think a lot of their strongholds actually held up nicely. It was unfortunate for them, though, that they lost that early pick and then capitulated on side a little bit towards the end. Mr. Punch, again, setting up over towards Red Stairs, double ADS device. Can't say we caught too much util dumpage over towards that position. But we did see ED preparing for that late sweep. And eventually able to pressure side itself. Direwolves on this occasion though, full stack over towards the north. So a map sweep inbound. Early Gemini to find information and Mark's in position to try and capitalize upon this. He's a lone roamer though, so this is high risk.
Maybe high reward, but not to be. Reaps with the opening kill once again. He has not had the best survival rate in this match, but he has been able to get those entry kills. He has been so relevant early in these rounds in really clearing the way for the Direwolves. You get that pick. Okay, now you can push in through Bedroom. You got stat trophy control. Now start that sweep over towards AVG. Souffle on the outside, still actually on that Jackal. Not entirely sure what's going on there, Guz, if you want to maybe fill me in, but maybe expecting a Sapper run out. I don't actually know. Obviously trying to make his way over towards Balcony and maybe put some pressure on Studdy. ED's just gone down. Sapper low on health as well. They trade each other. Reaps should be able to get this though. He has to run quickly. Sapper inside of the smoke. What are you doing? Reaps doesn't swing at all. He may lose his life. Sapper! Oh, so close. Reaps does win it. I think he was actually warded off a little bit by the default camera and the smoke itself. But Pika on site, he just walks in, gets 2. He knows where the last one is as well. 3 from Pika. 3 rounds in a row from the Direwolves. It's 4-4.
Big 2 rounds on the trot for the Direwolves. And again, great entries in towards site. While the mess was taking place elsewhere, Pika gets to work on the objective, takes it upon himself to get the entry. The tactical from Elevate. Both teams this stage on multiple occasions have shown the value of tactical timeouts. This offers an opportunity for Laxing now to get into the voice comms for Elevate. Have a quick chat. What's gone wrong? Why are they struggling here over towards AVG? How can they translate that across now to perhaps a different objective to try and halt this momentum that's building for the Direwolves?
So that's now, when we kind of take everything into account, 4 of the last 5 rounds. It is officially a problem. I won't lie, guys, that 5th round stat trophy when Elevate made it 4-1 off the back of that tactical timeout, and the 4th round going to the Direwolves, I thought, maybe not this time. Maybe it's not going to be that classic Direwolves sort of middle of the map, you know, sort of, I want to say siege, maybe surge is the right answer. But it's happened again. 3 rounds in a row for the Direwolves. Tactical timeout taken aptly by Elevate. They needed to at that point. So both teams have now expended their tac timeouts. No more. 4-4. And from here on out, you can't get any more help from the coaches.
On their own for the rest of the match. And for Elevate at the moment, they need to band together. Otherwise, it's going to feel like a long and lonely journey to what may be their hopes of a major spot going down the drain. And with it, maybe their chance at 6 Invitational as well. Quick update. If Direwolves manage to turn this match around, flip it on its head, win in regulation, there won't be a single team in APAC South that has a chance higher than 50% to make it to 6 Invitational. Let's let that sink in for a moment.
Even an overtime win would be enough to confirm the position of the major for the Direwolves. Just winning in general will be enough. An overtime loss will be all but over for Elevate. They must win this game. And they honestly must win it in and get all 3 points. There is far more, guys, far more riding on Elevate getting the 3 points here than the Direwolves. Reaps lurking inside of sheets at the moment in this 9th round. In this tied match. 2 titans of this region throughout basically the last 2 years. Both fighting for a position at the major. And in some ways, it almost feels like they both can't go. Maybe there is a reality that they can go, both of them, but I feel like there's only room for one.
2 minutes on the clock. Star Wars breaching the wall. Pika progressing forward. Play to his hard left. Doesn't win it. Shotgun. Mark 2 good. Minute 45 now remains, so the groundwork, it's okay from the Direwolves. Some pressure from the util gained, but traded out by that pick. And this might be the engagement that really dictates the round for the Direwolves. ED over towards 90. As a player to his right. They could get caught off guard. There's 2. The first caught off guard. The trade's too slow. ED allowed to get 4, turns around, gets the kill. 3 versus 3.
Still time. Don't have to rush this round, but Jackie Wu now makes it a 3 versus 2. TCH falls. Can't help but feel it's all just falling apart for Elevate. The Nitro Cell can't land. And Mark now in a 1 versus 3. He falls immediately. Jackie Wu having a big influence in that round. The Direwolves continue their onslaught. 4 rounds in a row. And suddenly a spot at the major is in sight. 2 more rounds. We'll get it confirmed. 1 more will all but basically ruin Elevate's chances. Elevate, guys, in my eyes, must win the next 3 in a row.
100%. At the very least, they cannot let Direwolves get a single round extra. OT just doesn't cut it. At best, it's, what, 16% chance, 18% chance, I believe. 18% if they win in overtime, so that's not going to be enough. They'll need a lot to go their way. A loss, of course, even worse. Must win from this point onwards for Elevate. Direwolves, though, in a positive light. Very, very close now to the major. They can almost touch it. But still a lot of work to do. Elevate often rise to these occasions. And you can never count them out. Over towards Kitchen for round 10. The horizontal push being dissuaded by the defense. Castle in tow. Onigiri playing that role. Not every day of the week you'll put your best fragger onto the UMP, but that's just how versatile Onigiri is, and he's had an okay day. Hasn't quite been as impactful as perhaps Elevate rely on him to be. Eyes over towards Astro window now. As Ethereum play an ED lurking.
Okay, goes in. It's just going to rush. This might just catch them off guard here. Elevate don't think are going to be prepared for it. Oh, a shot from TCH though. He wins a very much critical fight. Getting rid of the blitz there is huge. It just basically shuts down the massive win condition here for the Direwolves. Nitrous up from Mark. It didn't land in the last round, but it does so here. But into 90 now for Jackie Wu. 3 versus 5 and still 2 minutes on the clock. The rush, unsuccessful from the Direwolves. They have a couple of rounds in the back pocket to do these kind of strats, guys. But they can't probably do any more after this. It's 5-2. Make it 5-1. Make it 5-5 overall after 10 rounds between these 2 teams. Barring an absolute massive moment here from Souffle, not to be. It's flawless. And so far, this match is playing out to be flawless between these 2 juggernauts of the APAC region. 5-5 we go. Both teams are now essentially on... not a match point, but a point, guys. Who can get to 6? Who can get to match point in this penultimate 11th round? I will add, it's an 18% chance if Elevate win in OT for their chance of making the major. So it's not as if an OT win means that they're all but out, but getting the 3 points helps them out significantly. They need to win the next 2 rounds. They cannot allow the Direwolves to get to 6.
Oh boy. It's one of those games. So close, very difficult to split the 2. Back over towards AVG, however. And we saw some pretty serious issues for Elevate on this site. Time after time, Direwolves did a great job in trading out picks, getting in towards that objective, causing chaos, and Elevate not being able to get back in favorable positions themselves. It was ED the first time. Then, of course, it was Pika with the triple on the second attempt.
This is all you can ask for, though, really, as a fan. As someone who just enjoys watching APAC Siege, and what this region provides is nothing but entertainment at the very least. 5-5, both teams will know what this can mean for them. ED takes a big chunk of damage. Outside as well, mind you. That's a good start for Elevate, but just a start, and it's not even a doubt. And Dockerbee will still have an effect. Direwolves will be oh so much closer if they can win this round and get at least 1 point secured.
Drones sent out. 8 available for the Direwolves. They spot the setup over towards top brown stairs. Not being played into immediately, but I believe a player is prone on the staircase itself. The swing from the grenade is risky from Reaps. Unsure as to whether or not that landed. It did, so the shield's down. But Sapper will continue to contest. He has an ADS device to assist and on a Geary as well. So the double shotgun setup over towards brown stairs, but we go to Pika to the north. The boost
Pika
to the left.
Check your left and right. Check the bloody plant. Mr. Punch. He's gone incognito. 4 versus 4. Reaps loses in study. Big fight again from Mark. Talk about standing up to the occasion. Mark has gone massive in this match. 10 and 6 now, but some absolute critical kills. Advantage elevate. Suddenly it's a 4 versus 3. Suddenly they might just see the finish line. 90 seconds left. Surely they can't lose this round from here. Surely not. ED low health as well. Souffle still with the diffuser in hand, and Jackie Wu, he loves a little bit of magic sometimes. Time running out. Jackie Wu still trying to clear brown stairs.
I think the best way for Direwolves to be able to win this round is get a foothold, whether it be brown stairs or red stairs. Mr. Punch could be potentially pinched out here. Jackie Wu and ED could connect. Mark's not in a position to trade it. Jackie Wu just needs to distract and ED needs to swing. Mr. Punch is key in this round again.
Oh, he doesn't check it properly. Mr. Punch's position catches him off guard. Trade though immediately back from ED inside of landing now. Gets rid of the default camera at 90. Souffle, where you at? Other side of the map. 40 seconds left. Mark inside of vault. DCH playing off of Sapper. Surely the Direwolves don't win it from here. There's not that much time. There's not many chances remaining. ED forced out by the Gas Babe. Perfectly placed by Sapper. And guess what? He's got 2 more. There's just no time. Souffle, quite honestly, has to swing in and find 2.
15 seconds now. Souffle over towards Study. Mark in a position to shut down, holding down the line over towards Vault. It's falling apart again for the Direwolves as Mark should be able to find these kills. Souffle allowed to entry, ED down, but Souffle needs to stick. He has no time. Elevate with match point.
Oh my days. Of course it goes down to the wire. Of course it goes to the 12th round. And Elevate, of course, giving their fans nothing but heartache, but maybe the good kind. It's the adrenaline that's pumping through the heart. Match point, Elevate. 3 points could be theirs if they win this round as we head to Stat Trophy.
And just to reiterate, the volatility of this game, I mean, not just containing it within itself because it's been going around in roundabouts, but again, the SI implications, what all these teams are fighting for towards the top 16, towards the global standings. If Elevate manage to win it in OT, which, I mean, could happen if Direwolves end up pushing it, they'll still sit at an 84% chance of SI. Now, remember what I said earlier? If they had have lost this in regulation, we wouldn't have had a single team in the entire region above 50%. So as much as that was great for the competitiveness of the region, all that jazz, it probably would have killed our chances for SI. So in some respects, it's a breath of fresh air for us and potentially for Elevate as well. And most importantly for Direwolves, it doesn't completely knock them out either, right? Because if they lose this in OT potentially, or even here, there's still a great chance at the major, provided they beat the Knights. They can stack points then in Sweden, could make the top 16.
Easier said than done, though. Knights are a very formidable outfit. They'll have basically nothing to lose and everything to gain in just being a spoiler for the Direwolves. But the Direwolves' winning streak is on the verge of coming to an end here. Undefeated since July. A long-standing streak that has included, of course, APAC South and Operation League as well. Elevate, though, just had to win this game. They had to play at their absolute best. Mark has really stood up. DCH as well. But if you lose this round, all of that work could come undone. And guess what? The star man, the front man, is down. Reaps will get rid of Onigiri. So it's all back on you, Mark. All back on you, DCH. You do not have the little superstar, to carry you home this time. Reaps once again inside a bedroom. Good control being established for the Direwolves. Elevate just go prone. They hide. They try and buy some time here, and when are they going to spring back up and go for a play? Mark loses the play. Reaps 2 massive kills for the Direwolves. 5 versus 3, and suddenly that major position for Elevate could be just fading away before our very eyes.
Not like this, they say. Not like this. Sapper low.
Oh, it's clean. It's Reaps. I think it's the round. They do say that you reap what you sow, and Reap is taking Elevate with him to overtime and away potentially from the major. Pika from behind. It's it. It's over. We go to OT. So much now riding on these next couple of rounds. It's flawless from the Direwolves. They will not go gently into that quiet night. They will send this to overtime, where Elevate must win, Guz. Now, they seriously must win in overtime, or they are out of going to the major.
And Direwolves keep their chances of locking in their position alive. An OT win puts them on a 100% chance to Sweden, the first team to book their ticket from APAC South. Elevate, of course, now in a very dire position, excuse the pun. At best, they leave with an 18% chance to attend. And I think even beyond that, and more importantly for Elevate, there could be some serious implications for their chances at making the 6th Invitational, despite strong international appearances. It's unraveling at the moment. But it's been such a close game that calling it from here is impossible.
Yeah, and look, I can bring it up. Overtime loss for Elevate, technically 1%, right? They're not going to have that line through their name officially, but let's be honest, unofficially, they won't be able to go to the major if they lose this in overtime. For an overtime win, though, getting the 2 points would still put them at 18% chance of qualifying. So that's sort of where it stands. But for the Direwolves now, even this OT loss all but assures them it's 96% chance that they go into the major with this point, and an overtime win would make it 100%. So still a lot to play for both of these teams. Reaps through Pantry. Reaps is just tearing apart Elevate. What Onigiri has done to the Direwolves time and time again in the past, Reaps is now doing to them. He's gone 15-9, just casually dropping 15 in a qualifying deciding match. And it feels like in some ways fighting to be crowned the best player in the region.
It's been a breakout stage. And Direwolves returning to form. After a flawless first stage, they now look to continue a lossless streak here in stage 3. DCH under so much pressure. Forced back. Direwolves will look to claim that ground now. So in sync at the moment. Probably looking at Mark here to hit a big nitro. If you can find a pick or two, it could dramatically shift the round, especially if it drops the likes of Pika on the vert. Doesn't look likely though. Elevate probably starved of information up above. It's not looking great for the Thai team at the moment. Direwolves just constricting their opponents round by round. The Salma's now over towards Laundry and entry and towards the A-bomb side, and any real chance now of Mark to have an impact is going to be up in the air. He's exposed now to multiple angles.
Very low health Reaps, though. Very, very low health. Won't take much. Mark closes. Drone goes out. 5 left still available. The drone economy from the Direwolves has been superb in this match. Just under 50 seconds left. I don't know if you want to be swinging in to Reaps. Pika says, peekaboo, get rid of Mark. 3 versus 5. Potentially OT match point now on the cards for the Direwolves. Who's going to stand up? Onigiri's still alive. You've got DCH and Mr. Punch as well. Big kill. Getting rid of Souffle. Onigiri falls again. Has gone a little bit quiet in the last couple of rounds. The second half not being kind to the little master. 30 seconds left, and Direwolves will get the plant down. Direwolves will get a little bit more than just that. They're getting the kills as well, and I think overtime match point. on the cards here for the Direwolves. Low health, half health DCH spotted, eliminated. Match point, Direwolves. Elevate are on the verge of being eliminated from major qualification.
And I mentioned before that perhaps an OT loss for Elevate in the context of SI would not be too impactful. I want to correct myself. If they lose this next round, lose in overtime, their chances, which today started at around about 60%, could have been bolstered all the way up to 90 plus had they won, will actually go all the way down to 47%. So we will in fact have no teams in the region higher than 50% to qualify for SI. And I'm sure a lot of that will be on Elevate's final play day to ensure they get a win and put themselves in the absolute best position. And probably will then need to rely on a couple of other teams hovering around that top 16 around the world to perhaps drop points as well. So this has been such an impactful game for their year. That said though, they're not going down without a fight. Look at those attacker repicks. Amaru, Blitz, Dockerby. They're going all in for what may be the final round in this match.
Why? Why are they going to go for a rush attack? I guarantee he's just going to... Onigiri's going to go straight into 90 and die straight away. The Blitz will die and then it's round over and they'll just collapse. I've seen this story before, guys. It doesn't bode well for Elevate, and yet they've locked it in anyway. They are sending it on a rush to catch Direwolves off guard. We've got the Capcan. Where those EDDs placed from Souffle, will that have an impact potentially, especially if Elevate are moving swiftly? So drone in now over towards Study. We'd imagine Onigiri will go towards 90 window and he will make his entry known loud and clear for all to see. The Blitz from DCH will just send it in. Top brown stairs. Onigiri did find a kill. I'll take it all back. He clears out this hallway position with a help from Mark, who gets rid of Reeves. And guess what? I'll eat my words. Egg all over my face as Elevate's rush has been all but successful. It's been so mighty successful. 5 versus 1, it's done. It's flawless surely from here. We go 7-7. We go to the ultimate final round. Unless Souffle's been given 2 free kills. What are you guys doing? The Nitrocell, it's perfect surely from there. It is, it's a down onto Mark. Player on the balcony outside of Study. Doesn't have a whole lot of info to fall off of as well, but Souffle's going to check it anyway. If he wins this, it'll be a 1 versus 1. He sprays early. He gets a bit of intel. The player at balcony has to swing. He's got to now try and pincer him. Sapper falling back. The intel. Look at Mark sliding for intel. 3 from Souffle. He gets on it. He has to probably stay on it, but Sapper will stop this one dead in its tracks. Oh, it's just the standard APAC shenanigans. Both of these two teams are the stars of the show. We applaud them, but there can only be one winner. 15th round we go to decide who will take the 2 points.
Xenox proving why he isn't a coach, and these two teams proving why they are 2 of the best in the region. Toe to toe. Cannot split them a match deserving of unlimited overtime to dictate who would win, but that is not the case. Next round is the decider, the 15th round. Direwolves back on the attack, elevate to AVG. I haven't felt very confident in their ability to defend this site, but it's where we end up. And what a game this has been so far. So difficult again to split the 2. But there can only be one winner. Direwolves have looked formidable so far, again bringing this unique lineup that we've seen from them a couple of times, namely that 0 from ED, who's been sweeping in and finding map control, and I can only assume offering strong information for the Direwolves to be able to play off as well.
Yeah. And look, regardless of who wins from here, what a show, what a treat. You know, for Elevate and for Direwolves, they have been honestly incredible teams over the last 2 years. Okay, maybe there's been a slight drop in form for Elevate in very, very recent times, obviously for Stage 3, to be in this position. An aberration of a loss against Wildcard has caused them to be in this position, but taking it right up to the Direwolves, an undefeated Direwolves. A Direwolves team that is now 1 round away from a spot at the major. If the Direwolves win this round, they go to the major. If Elevate win this round, they got an 18% chance. Reaps. We almost need a Reaps cam permanently in the bottom corner. He is going to make things happen for the Direwolves, and if he does not, I don't know who else might. Everyone else has been a bit quiet besides maybe Pika. Onigiri has just not had a whole lot of luck in this game. He takes a massive chunk of damage from that nade.
No pressure down below, so Elevate can't retaliate. Reap still has another in the pocket. Jackie Wu has another one in the pocket. Another nade lands. DCH chipped away at. Will that prove costly later on in the round? Souffle as well taken low. Exchanges all across the map, but no one falls. The stronghold over towards brown stairs still standing. U-Tool over towards red stairs as well. Doesn't look like Direwolves have a big, strong foothold over towards the north, outside of maybe Reaps as well. Such a tight round at the moment. Mr. Punch has been great on red stairs, but now doubling down at the Direwolves on this position.
Minute and 18 seconds left. Reaps will make a long rotate over towards back stairs. Jackie Wu still holding that bot red stairs position. Time of the essence. Souffle half health, but same can be said for DCH and Onigiri for the side of Elevate. There's that first initial swing. Guess what? It's Reaps. The trade not quite successful. Now the position known as well. Top red stairs. Mark has to win. Does. He falls back 4 versus 4, holding into that default position. It's Souffle that gets rid of DCH. And now it's a half health Mark and a low health Onigiri with a bit of help from Sapper that maybe have to win this round for Elevate if they are to go to the major. Little Twitch drone goes on by, drives on by. And they're looking to open up this vault position. The pressure mounting. You cannot imagine how these players would be feeling right now for Elevate. Gas Babe, Sapper, it's in hand. 30 seconds left. And a player still to rappel in.
I don't think Elevate have any avenues to retaliate. Sapper Onigiri in the 2v4.
20 seconds left. Souffle looking to plant. It gets taken low. So low. But he has to get back on it. Sapper and Onigiri. It feels like it's the OG duo. Onigiri, the headshot down onto ED. The swing from Sapper. Knows there's a player there. Gets the down as well. Now in a 1 versus 2. But the Diffuser is down. He has time. A little bit of it. Not a whole lot. And he doesn't quite land the shot. Direwolves, they're the champions. They are the best in this region. Stage 1, they were undefeated. They went to the major. In Stage 3, they've done it almost once again. They go to the major and they are still undefeated. Hard-fought victory. Champions, they are once again.
And it takes a moment or two for that to sink in for the Direwolves. Probably still not 100% sure that they have made it. But they are. They're in. They're in the top 2. And deservedly so. What an incredible game that was between those two. I had everything on paper to suggest it would be close, but sometimes those matches fall short. That was definitely not one of them. It's not every day you see Xenox working off a sweat. In fact, it's pretty much never. So that's how you know it's good.
That was an incredible game. That was just an incredible game. I mean, I've just got to say, sitting back and what a match between these two titans. And you know, in some ways you feel for Elevate, but for the Direwolves, this is a team that has come through adversity from last year and has built up, of course, a massive Stage 1 where they went 7-0. And then adversity once again. And again, they've responded here in Stage 3. You can't feel nothing but sort of pride for them as a team to go to the major, to represent this region. There's probably only one other team you would ask to sort of go alongside with them would be Elevate. Now that can't happen. That's a little bit sad in some ways, guys, but you know, so many emotions really going on through, and what a game. Commiserations to Elevate. Congratulations to Direwolves. We throw it to the desk.
I mean, if that's not game of the stage, game of the year, I don't know what is. There was so much on the line. Elevate, major hopes still kind of lingering there until that OT loss. Of course, SI implications. The major on the line for Direwolves Dev, it does not get any bigger than that, and I don't think we could have asked for a better delivery of a match.
Yeah, that was insane. That was something else. You don't often get to see a match of that caliber, of that level of excitement, round after round. Xenox said it. We knew that Direwolves were such a stronger team than Elevate when it came to these openings, and yet Elevate started in such a dominant fashion. Direwolves replied, and it was back and forth. We saw blitz rushes, we saw Amaru strats, we saw clutches, we saw 1 versus 1s, and we saw flawless rounds as well. This match had absolutely everything jam-packed into a 15-round bonanza.
Mandy, we were just sitting in the Discord going back and forth consistently. I don't think there was a round where someone wasn't typing and going mental. This was just one of those games that will go down in the books, especially for Direwolves.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with you on that. It was a crazy match. We were all just losing our bloody minds there in the Discord. My heart couldn't take it. It was just so intense. Something I want to point out from this game was just, if you elevate and you've got Mark, who's your hard reach player, and your SMG11 player at the top of your scoreboard, something's going wrong. The usual suspects that aren't getting your kills and aren't stepping up, that's not good signs. But on the side of the Direwolves, the coherence they looked as a team, how the kills were spread out between them, even though Reaps was the superstar in the end, you still have players. 14 kills for Souffle, that's the guy on your hard breach, and another 13 for Pika, who's your flex player. That is a rounded team. That is what you're looking for, really. And just, I want to give it to the Direwolves, and the way that they approached this attack on Villa was just so great. They were so enabling for each other.
And Dev, ED was the second highest rated player for Direwolves coming into this match and doesn't need to have that input that we've seen him have week in and week out. This is a roster that, I mean, I want to say they've blossomed into something just special.
Yeah, absolutely. And picking up Reaps was certainly what they needed. It's not anything against Harambe, who previously was holding that position on the roster. He's still on the team. He's just now playing to his strengths in a support role in the back behind the scenes, doing the analysis work. And you get a player like Reaps in, and you get him on the front line, you get him on those entries, 2Ks, 3Ks, 17 kills across the map. It's monstrous. It's insane. You get a 15-round game. It's really difficult to be consistent among your attacks, among your defenses. He brought back some defenses with huge multi-kills on Alibi, and he was opening every round on the Yana, on the attack. And he got more than 1 kill per round across 15 rounds, which is utterly insane. So this new evolution of Direwolves, it's not the Direwolves of Stage 1 that went flawless with an APAC South and then flopped when they went to the Charlotte Major. This is a brand new skin on Direwolves, and they are ready to go back to another major, this time in Jönköping, and I have no doubt that they will give it everything they've got.
It certainly will. It's time to listen in for ED. We've had him so many times throughout APAC South, and this one, once again, is incredible. ED, my friend, it is always so beautiful to see your face, but just tell me, what is it like playing in a game like that? That was mental.
What you say? Sorry, I'm too hyped right now. I'm feeling so good right now. Sorry, I didn't hear you clearly.
I mean,
sorry,
you can let it out. You can let it out. It's okay. It's been an exciting match, ED. What does it feel like to play in this kind of match? This game is probably the game of the year. And, like, how does it feel?
Like, I mean, like, first, I don't know why Caster or Voting Elevate will win. Like, very confusing me. So yeah, that's the things. But whatever, because yeah, we like sure. Why Elevate? Nice. Makes sense. But you know, because like to us, we're really kind of too intense for the early round. But to Elevate, they just have to relax. All they need just have to relax. Like it's like a different situation. So we let them like take the 3 points first. So we called a timeout and reset our mindset again. And good timeout by Odin. And after that, and we feel like we are Direwolf again. Then all good.
Yeah, it is kind of crazy. You know, that was one point that we made, obviously, you know, Elevate starting so strong, but your resilience to come back, I think, kind of speaks to you as an individual, the team, the coaches that all come behind this. Obviously, you've now secured, I'm assuming you know this, but you've secured your spot at the major. You know, what does it mean for you and the team? You know, you're going back there and you feel like you're an even better roster.
Yeah, like we fight for this so hard for this stage, like because last stage everyone knows we are kind of messing up, and so this stage, like I still remember like after the first match interview, I told you that we were going to major, right? And we did it. That's the confidence. That's the confidence we keep for this whole stage. Like we believe and we do it and we fight hard for it. And yeah, so I think it's meant a lot for our team because we just prove ourselves again. We are the strongest team in APAC right now. Even though everyone like probably think, oh, GG probably better or like everybody probably better, but no, we just truly believe we are better. Yeah, that's a confidence we have to keep for this stage. Yeah, so we prove ourselves we can go to major. Yeah.
Well, that's just it. Not only have you proven it to yourselves, but you've proven it to everyone at home. You're flawless for this stage. Everything you said you were going to do, you have gone and done. You brought Reaps on. He's been phenomenal. You said you were going to go to a major. You're already headed back. It is an incredible, incredible storyline. I want to ask you, of course, as we usually do you have anything you'd like to say for the wonderful audience at home that support you?
Actually, I don't know what to say, but here we come, with a major! Woo! Okay, love
That's
you.
the best way to end
and
it.
I have to shout out Dave and Mandy, because long time we don't have like tweet each other on the Twitter, so I kind of missing Dave and Mandy. Also you.
Yeah.
So don't worry,
Oh,
I will
thank
see you
you.
on Twitter tonight, because I'm so hyped.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you certainly will, mate. You certainly will. But two people you won't be seeing is Xenox and Guz, because they're just off in the background.
Don't worry. That's my bad. That's on me. That's on me. My bad.
That's all right. No. You got the most important people of the show, ED. Look, we love you very much, mate. Congratulations on the win. Congratulations on yet another major. But for everyone at home, it does not finish here. We still have one more match to go, and you'll want to buckle up. GG, take on Tide.
Oh, there's no better time than now. Just can't beat this feeling. Oh, I can't get enough. I keep going up. You just can't beat this feeling. This is my kind of love. We keep
attention span is gone and the feeling's getting old. Oh, got me playing different songs. I'm used to singing on my own. Oh, some days I don't know your face, running out of things to say. You think I'm stupid enough to stay for one more day? My love is going to waste. I just feel so out of place. You think I'm stupid enough to stay for one more day? One day, one more day. You must be crazy to think I'd stay for you. One day, one more day. You must be crazy to think I'd stay for one more day. Rough day, cause you're looking kinda sour. It's okay, I'll start running the shower. No way you can't join me later, cause I don't really need your help now anyway. We split cars, everything that we own. Even the most of it is mine from a job. Funny you had nothing and I had it all. And now you've come out better off out of the ball. Better check yourself, you're bad for my health. Doctor said I need help, and all this relationship stuff is helpless. Wanna break out, you say yeah, but this game's for two players. Time to give it some and play red. You'll be acting like my only son, baby. I've been dancing way too long. It's the worst I've ever known. No, got me playing different songs. I'm used to singing on my own. Some days I don't know your face, running out of things to say. You think I'm stupid enough to stay for one more day? My love is going to waste. I just feel so out of place. You think I'm stupid enough to stay for one more day? One day, one more day. Crazy. You must be crazy to think I'd stay for you. One day, one more day. You must be crazy to think I'd stay for one more day. Some days I don't know your face, running out of things to say. You think I'm stupid enough to stay for one more day? My love is going to waste. I just feel so out of place. You think I'm stupid enough to stay for one more day? Better check yourself, you're bad for my health. You must be crazy to think I'd stay for you. Wake up, you say yeah, but this
Well, that is our first team secured for the major. It is Direwolves, their second appearance of this year, and quite an exciting one, if I do say so myself. You two boys were on the edge of your seats. I saw a lot of hands running through the hair. I saw a lot of "what are you doing?" You know, some things that may be not so PG for the broadcast. But guys, you got to be happy with how that one panned out.
Yeah, obviously stoked for Direwolves. They had a fantastic first stage this year, the flawless run, dropped off in the second stage, but then picked themselves back up and showed some really nice consistency throughout this third stage. So thoroughly deserved of that result, and more importantly for everyone, they produced a very entertaining game. Odin as well, their coach, having a bit of a laugh on Twitter, saying that they may as well have kept it close and kept us on our edge of our seats, and they did exactly that.
Absolute Chad. You got to have a smile at the end of the day. But Xenox, there's only one team that has been more consistent than Direwolves, and that is Tide. Or should I say more?
That's a bit toxic.
Oh
that's screwed up.
Oh God.
That's messed up.
But let's talk about these two matches. That was probably the most toxic thing I've done on a broadcast in a while. Gaming Gladiators Tide. We kind of have a very good inkling as to where this is going, Xenox, but, you know, as we've seen in APAC South, we saw it last week with Wildcard Elevate, really anything can happen.
Yeah, and look, obviously for Gaming Gladiators, they've had a very good stage. The only loss, the only blemish being at the hands of Direwolves, which, of course, they're not the only ones that have had to obviously suffer a defeat at the hands of Direwolves. Everyone has crossed their paths, has been able to have that same result. So, you know, when I look at Gaming Gladiators, they go up against Tide, they then go up against Elevate, you know, an Elevate team that's not really going to have a whole lot to necessarily fight for. I do sort of wonder, you know, Are they going to be able to get the job done? It's in their hands, as we always like to say. They win the next 2 games, you get your 6 points. That's 14. That's higher than what Fury can get. So as for Tide, though, on the other hand, obviously still winless. They do still play 2 more games, Gaming Gladiators and Fury. And in some ways, Rob, I guess, they can still kind of shape the top 2. They still have a part to play in all this.
They could, and Guz, that's probably where we've spoken about, wildcard Tide coming into stage 3, the changes that they've had. Probably Tide as a roster, but also as a structure, it's really been unfortunate for them. But both of those teams had spoils to play. Unfortunately, wildcard can only pull 1 rabbit out of the hat. Could Tide potentially pull 2 out?
Well, you know me, Rob. I don't really like sugarcoating too much. Wildcard, of course, at least last play day, was still in with an outside chance of making the major, so they had that to fight for. Tide at this point can't even get out of last place. They're trailing the Knights by 6. They don't have the head-to-head, so regardless of whether or not Tide win the next 2 games, they are going to finish last. So I guess that's up to them to find the motivation within to try to improve, build this roster up a little bit, find some success, because at least officially they can't gain anything from the last 2 games.
Yeah, a little bit disappointing, that is for damn sure. But obviously, Gaming Gladiators have still so much left on the line. Let's have a look at how these vetoes have panned out. Maybe we can talk a little bit more about Gladiators as we look through this one, Xenox, because this roster has truly impressed us and continuing to do so with their win against Knights last week. We go to Clubhouse.
No way.
Whoa.
Sorry,
Wow.
what? Let me just scratch my eyes for a second. Am I seeing Clubhouse?
I've forgotten this map. What does this map even look like?
Oh, no way. Yeah, I've honestly missed a bit of Clubhouse. It's been some time. Obviously, for those unaware, we have not had Clubhouse for the entire stage of APAC South thus far. That now means only 1 map has not been played, that being Theme Park. But look, as you know, for Clubhouse in this particular matchup, undefeated are the Gaming Gladiators, so no surprise why they banned out Skyscraper, which is also a pretty decent map for them as well. They got a 3-1 record on Skyscraper. But when it comes to Clubhouse, 5-0 on the old DevMata Match Tracker TM. So I can't help but think, obviously, they'll go into this already as firm favourites, but even more so on a map that they should be very comfortable on.
Oh, yeah, okay, so...
That includes match against Oxygen Esports as well, by the way, at the Permanent Major. So, I mean, it goes even further than that. This is a rough one for Tide.
Just gone and made it even worse. But does that in itself, Guz, does that make it a competition? Do we see, as we've been alluding to, the rabbit? Is the rabbit going to be pulled out of somewhere where it shouldn't be?
I mean, it'd be one hell of a stat if Tide win the one and only Clubhouse game of the entire stage. That would be something to write home about. But it does look unlikely. Of course, the data suggesting that GG are pretty good on this map. They haven't, I'm just quickly looking through some of the vetoes throughout the year. It's not like they've heavily biased towards taking it out themselves or had it banned against them. They've been very mixed, so I don't think Tide would have expected this map to even be brought out in this matchup unless there's some kind of scrim data or something behind the scenes. So it's certainly concerning for Tide. Of course, they have no pressure on them, though, so unknown as to what sort of brand of siege they'll bring to this map. And Clubhouse, if you can try and throw off GG and play off meta, probably produce something they haven't seen, it could work.
I just don't even think I can even nearly be convinced at this point, Xenox. But, if we are talking about a team that does have some firepower, we probably do look to Tide a little bit. I just really, looking at Gaming Gladiators, their history, everything that they've been able to pull out, and the fact that the major is still well and truly on the line for them, I mean, this is the best opportunity that we have to see Gaming Gladiators back it up.
Yeah, look, I mean, I don't want to toot anyone's horn here. I think Tide are a good team in terms of the individuals, but as a team, they obviously it hasn't worked, right? Like, it just, the team that was put together for the stage, the roster, it just hasn't obviously clicked. It hasn't worked. Whether that can change in due time, maybe, who knows? Hard to say, but as of right now, Game of Gladiators is so far ahead of them, it's not really even close. And to suggest otherwise would just be sort of making things up. Game of Gladiators should be winning this, and arguably should be winning this like 7-2. That's the story we need to run with for this matchup. Not only for the reason that they're just honestly a better team than Tide, they've got to go to a major. They need to win this game. If they don't win this game, then suddenly it opens the door for Fury. It's pretty simple. If Fury win their last game and GG lose any of their games, Fury will go to the major. So win the game, make sure that you don't lose to the team that hasn't won a game, and you should be probably on your way.
Yeah, as long as we keep that consistent form we were talking about as we came into this segment. Look, GG go on to play Elevate in their next match, guys. Do you think anything that Tide can do will throw them off at all for that final match?
Not really. Like Jake sort of said, it's been such a rough stage for Tide, and I want to make it super clear, and I know we've said this a couple of times, but just to be completely clear, we are not bashing Tide when we say this. They literally could have just folded and forfeited this stage. They were at that point with the changes they had and how late they were to just scrap players together, and they have a decent team with good players, but it's going to take more than a stage of 6 play days or even 7 to sort of net those results in the long term. So yeah, I think for Tide, it's all about just going in now and having a bit of fun and just trying to see if you can build into something next year, whether that be this team sticking together or if they part their own ways. It's all about trying to just salvage something and take some positives away, because it would be a real shame, I think, if these players did exit with a negative mindset and perhaps not return, because there's a lot of talent on the team.
There certainly is, and look, maybe they might trouble Gaming Gladiators. Maybe they might just trouble APAC South. The final 2 play days remaining. It is time for us to go to Devon Mandy for the final matchup of the night.
Thanks, Rob. And hopefully this should be a cut and dried game for Gladiators. They made it to the major in Berlin at the end of stage 2, and they're looking to repeat that. They have Destiny within their hands, Mandy. All they need is 5 points out of the next 6 possible points from the next 2 games they have, and they will lock in the Yonchapink major. But of course, Tide, they haven't had the greatest season, and they will fight tooth and nail, I sure hope, to demonstrate that these are still players of an APAC South caliber, players that deserve to be picked up moving into 2023 and beyond.
Well, that's the big thing about APAC South, right? Fate is still in the hands of the Gaming Gladiators. Now, for some of these other teams in APAC South, the stars have to align for them to go to the major. We've seen that stage and stage again, but still, to this day, we can see Gaming Gladiators send themselves over. Hibana, the first one to be taken out here on Clubhouse map. Feels like we haven't seen in such a long time, Dev.
Well, we haven't. That's why. The guys on the desk said it. This is the very first time we have seen Clubhouse and APAC South Stage 3. Gladiators did play it at the start of October, so 20 days ago in the Operation League. And before that, as the guys mentioned on the desk, they actually beat Oxygen on Clubhouse at the Berlin Major. It was their final match of the Major. They already knew that they were eliminated from making it to playoffs, but they still gave it their all, and they managed to take down a very strong North American team at that event, which was great. Honestly, GG, a lot to be proud of. For Tide, on the other hand, we don't really have a lot of information on Clubhouse, do we? This is a team that's only played 4 official matches together.
Mentalist thinks that Shibe's PC has gone boom. Well, the walls won't go boom because Hibana is banned. We've actually got both Thatcher and Maverick in. Oh, well, thank you. We've got both Thatcher and Maverick in on this Clubhouse match, and so getting walls open will be an easy task, per se. Dokkaebi, she did have the baby EMPs in her hand, but she is banned out for this match as well, and so you've still got all the tools on the cards needed for the attack to open up any walls that you might need. Thermites on the cards, you've got Ace, you've got Thatcher, it's beautiful. On the side of the defense, though, it's going to be hard to keep some of those walls closed. It's going to be hard to block off some of those lines of sights once the defense starts getting cut down.
Yeah, so I'm thinking, what is left in, right? So with Kaid and Valk locked out, yeah, we still have Hard Breach Denial and Mutant Bandit, bit easier to counter than the Kaid. We still have the Azami in. Now, I harped on about Azami before our bank game today, and we didn't end up seeing it have a lot of impact. The fact that it was in, it wasn't even picked that often. When I think about Clubhouse, though, I think about that Rafters position and how powerful Azami can be for holding on to that. We've also got Castle in, which can be handy for these long, big roams, ambitious roams. We've got Alibi in, which is a great all-rounder fragger and site construction ops. So I do feel like that there are some decent ops on the defense still in, but I don't know, Mandy, maybe you have some more insight than me. How much has Clubhouse changed since the last time we saw it? What is the established meta? Because APAC South doesn't seem to have one on this map on account of this being the first time it's been played.
I think for this matchup in particular, the fact that you've still got Castle and especially Azami, pretty much all of your deployable shield operators in, it does mean that yes, while the external walls and hatches and stuff do get opened up easily, there are ways that you simply just have to block off the lines of sight that those external walls achieve for inside the site, if that makes any sense. I hope that makes sense. And so with all those tools on the cards, with those keeper barriers, with the deployable shields, it's more about shaping up the architecture internally to try and hold on to your power positions for your anchors, or try and create better fall-offs for your roaming. I imagine that in the form of the castle for when you want to go for a roam, the basement, that kind of thing. It's more about playing into that mid to late round than holding on to the building externally in the early round.
Guess we will see once we get in. Just because we're having a look at the players, it's always interesting to see what the setups are looking like. I think it's a bit of a cool throwback to see Hysterics is wearing a real OG t-shirt. That's the old Rainbow Six Pro League logo, circa 2019 or before. Hysterics is himself such an OG within the scene. He was back on the old... I don't think he was ever on the original Tide roster. I may be wrong on that one, but he joined back in the day. The team that eventually became this one, Envy, went to the very first Six Invitational 2017 as the only team from the Asia Pacific to play there on PC. That was Luna Metal's team. Of course, he's now moved on and coaches the Knights. Then they eventually became Tide. They went through a couple of things. They went Aerowolf. They were the Giants. They were Invictus eventually, and now back to Tide again. And so it goes to show there is a lot of pedigree on this roster. You've got Hysterics from the OG Aerowolf days, played at Tokoname for them. We've got Tex and Mentalist, formerly from Fnatic. You can even see one of Mentalist's Fnatic jackets on the back of his chair as well. Nate himself played for the old Order roster. Shibe, though, is the real rookie of this roster, the real one that doesn't have that pedigree.
You really know your R6 history.
I was there. Have you seen Lord of the Rings? You know when Elrond is like, I was there. I saw when Isildur made the big mistake. I'm sorry, I've just revealed how much of a nerd I am. Anyway, moving on. We are into the game. Please analyze for me, Mandy. Save me from the extreme embarrassment I've just convicted of myself.
We're going down to the basement. Is Church and Arsenal for Tide? They're taking us down to the basement. Nothing too special on the side of their picks. Oh, Doc is in though, Dev. So Doc has got this buff now where he immediately heals it back up. So there is a 120 health cap, I believe, except I think armor's changed. Maybe it's not like that anymore.
No,
but pretty much one stim.
The overheal cap is 20 HP. So whatever your normal max HP is, plus 20, that's the overheal cap. So
there you go.
I think for Doc, it would be 125 as his base HP, and then if he's got Rook Plates, it's another 20, and then plus 20 on that is overheal cap.
There you go. Basically, this guy's chunky, and in one stim, he can make himself chunky again. He doesn't need 2 stims anymore. So Doc, good. Not only that, but he's got the Bailiff now. Hang on a moment. Shibe's just run out of garage, got a pick. I'm going back to my point because this is slightly more important. Doc has the Bailiff now, okay?
The Bailiff!
It's important. You need side construction. You've got another anchor that can do that. Meanwhile, Hobben's just come through on the ground floor as well. Got the trade back on, and now we're even in the man count.
Can we just read out the whole patch notes? Maybe read the Lord of the Rings trilogy while we're at it, and this action's just gonna keep going down while we're distracted.
Look, I got excited because I saw Nate making rotates, and I was like,
oh my god!
Rotates? Oh
He's
my
making
goodness.
rotates. Oh wait, there's action going down. It's a 4v4. That was, to be fair, a lot of action in the space of the first minute. I don't think we can fault ourselves for getting too excited about what was happening, not realizing these players are already doing things, and there's Oven again. Tex loitering a bit longer than he should in lounge, and he's taken down with a swift headshot. But guess what? Mentalist is hungry for more.
Just around the corner, he's making his way back down these blue stairs, and there it is, one of those keeper barricades assisting Mentalist with his fall-off that he's looking for here. Never mind, he's not going to do that. He's going to go for an aggressive peek instead, but Rix is there to punish him.
Get wrecked, mate. See you later, alligator. 4v2 now for GG. This is Tide in a nutshell, isn't it, Mandy? These guys absolutely love getting in there, getting aggressive, taking the fight to their opponent. And Shibe ain't going to give up. He's going to double down, and he walks straight into a drone and straight into the AK-12. 1v4. Now you hyped it up. Doc, oh my god, big buff. What's he going to be able to do with it?
P90. He's got the P90, Dev. I can't believe this round. Doc with the P90 and the Bailiff has got to end up in a 1 versus 4. Drones are being sent out from the side of GG. They are still being diligent about this round despite all the chaos that has ensued through the mid rounds. They've seen him now. They're going for that plant.
Let's see what you can do with the P90. Beautiful vertical angle, and that stim pistol ain't going to do anything. The Bailiff ain't going to do anything to save you. Tide might have found the first pick, but they don't get any more after that.
My god, I was so excited to talk about the new patch. I really was. I was going to go for it. I was really going to go for it there. And then absolutely nothing came out of it. Tide, they are taken down very swiftly by the players of the Gaming Gladiators. That entry came through really quick from Hoven, especially through Kitchen. He was able to cut down that roam game that Tide were looking for around the kitchen area, around bar, even around that mini stairs going to garage where Mentalist tried to go for his play. It was really cut down so fast by the Gaming Gladiators players. They were on the ball, they kept their guns up, knowing that Tide are aggressive like that, that's their usual MO, and punished them for it.
Remember the game we watched and casted last week, Tide versus... Couldn't tell you, doesn't really matter. Tide won almost every single opening engagement. They got 8 opening kills. There you go, Direwolves. Tide got 8 opening kills against Direwolves out of 9 rounds. And yet Tide lost that match 7-2. So these guys, they're insanely good at their opening kills. They play really aggressively. They play loosely. They know that they're big-time fraggers. But they just cannot convert it. They are one of the worst teams in the league at converting their advantages.
And that's the story about Tide, right? They seem to know when to dial it up, but not how to dial it back down again. We can see Nate. He's got the Keeper Barriers in his hand, and this is the architecture on the rafters, just as we were talking about before the game started. It's going to be pretty hard to crack down. What this means is that even though the breach gets opened, he cannot be killed from the breach in this rafters 1 and 2 position, as people like to call it in ranked. And that means it's going to be much trickier for them to clear it from externally of the building.
Nice to see Thatcher in, and this is an old school way to counter the bandit trick. You just do both at once, and it looks like while the Ace Selma was juggled, the exothermic charge managed to detonate, and so Hysteric's going to cut his losses and fall back.
That being said, that rafters position is still not exposed, like we said, from the breach. They will have to actually enter into garage if they want to clear Nate's power position. Rix is starting to make this entry spot from the bottom of garage now. There's still a player inside of Mini to deal with, and that's going to be the next step for the Gaming Gladiators.
Yeah, there's Tex down in, as you called it, Mini. He's holding his position quite well. It's quite a fortified position. Eventually does take down that drone. The question is...
a grenade.
Oh, really? Well, there you go. You heard it, you timed it, and Tex managed to evade it.
Bit of an impasse between these two rosters now. They can't clear out Nate because they're not sure that Tex is there. Now, Tolz uses drone him, so they know that he's starting to still loiter around that Mini, but they have to go for that entry. Hoven, he's just going to send in a nade through. Nate takes some damage, but not before Tex is there for the trade.
Yeah, but unfortunately for Tide, the trades do go back and forth. That said, Tide's won it so far. GG, though, don't let up as of yet, and Shibe is caught off guard. Nate in quite a peculiar position, does net a kill on the Rix, immediately traded back, and how can you read it? It's just back and forth between these two teams.
They are playing the attrition game in the positioning. APAC now finally has control of garage after that tussle in the ground floor, and still a little bit of time to work this plant if they'd like. Hysterics, he does have a C4, so if he wants to drop through that connector hatch and go for that default C4, he can do it. APAC is going to have to be very careful entering into the site.
It's been a real rumble pit, hasn't it, this game? Back and forth, Mentalist chooses not to deny the plan. In fact, the C4 way overshoots from Hysterics, and that enables Up not only to get the plant down, but to shoot Hysterics straight between the eyes, all on Mentalist, and he's caught out by Tolji on the rappel. Disaster strikes for Tide, and Gladiators find their second round in a row.
Not too shabby from the Gaming Gladiators. They wanted that garage take, and that's exactly what they went for. And having that thermite there did make that entry through the mid round a little bit easier for them. We saw Hoven, he was the one to open up that ground floor, and that really started the trade game that happened through the ground floor. There was someone on the double door that was able to kill Tex inside of Lounge. Things went back and forth, and really towards that late round, that throw of the smoke canisters and of the C4s was what enabled APAC to get in and get that plant down. And if that late game utility had been just slightly better placed, that micro game might have worked out in their favor. Maybe the Gaming Gladiators would have come off with a loss off the back of that, but alas, they slip through the cracks of the defense and pick up another round.
Alas, that feels like a word you say a lot
Alas.
when Tide is around, because they do so many great things. And they're like, yeah, they were doing this, and they were doing this, and it was looking fantastic, it was looking great. But alas, there's always that but. That great big but.
It does feel like a bit of a Shakespearean tragedy when we cast Tide, doesn't it? It always starts off so
Yeah,
exciting,
100%.
and then we give them all the hype, and then in the end it's like, oh, it's all falling apart.
I didn't manage to actually see who got the opening kill last round, but in classic Tide fashion, it was traded within about 5 seconds. And that is the name of the game. That is what you come to expect from these guys. They don't have a leash. They just run rampant. And they cause chaos. In fact, Shibe, he's prone looking through the drone hole in cash, and he's been caught in 4K on Rix's cam.
Gym and bedroom, the next site of contest for Tide. They're not looking to repeat any of the previous 2 bomb sites. Just trying to do something new, see if they can catch the Gaming Gladiators off guard, but it seems like the Gaming Gladiators have an answer for this so far. Looking for a roam clear, already opening up a big entry hole inside of CCTV. Meanwhile, Hoven on the Nook can make his way in through the ground floor, try and make use of some of those vertical grenades, clear out these roamers here on the east side.
Namely Shibe. Does Hoven have the information? Rix had a drone in cache before. Not sure whether it still is underneath the bills. This guy's looking for it. Can't quite see it from this angle. Bit hard to look for it. Told you he's now droned him. Oh no, Shibe on his own camera, vulnerable to being wallbanged. Rookie mistake. And that is not an opening kill for Ty. That's an opening death, and a rare one at that.
When you catch yourself in 4K being wallbanged, not such a great sign. Texas looking for the trade though, getting aggressive here onto Connector. Mentalist as well, actually at the bottom of East says they do have a bit of a pinch going on in this game. Gladiators attack, and I'm not sure if they are aware, and Tex in fact is able to take down Hoven.
It's a nice shot, isn't it? Has Mentalist been droned? He's being watched. Told you, I don't know whether he had information on that or not, but he is taken down. Tex has done a lot of damage from this position. That's a 3rd kill. GG cannot deal with him. 4K for Tex. And looks like Tide will finally gain a bit of traction here on Clubhouse. Rix doing his darndest to try and 1v3, but I just don't reckon it's going to happen. The question now for me is, will Tex get the ace? Come on, mate. Finish it off. You've done a 1, 2, 3, 4. That's 5. And Tex gets the ace.
Those are some nasty shots there inside of Con. Onto plays on top red, even on the window. Tex had it all there, even though he was being cut off from that single Con rappel. That breach was about to be open. It was electrified, so Rix couldn't get that open in the end. But even though he was caught in such a precarious position, he's able to make it work out for himself. The trades couldn't come through from the Gaming Gladiators because there was just simply no way that they could trade that from the positions that they are in. The flank came in from Mentalist. That was pretty well timed. Even though he was taken down, it enabled Tex to take the fights at the right timing that he needed. And eventually the Game Gladiators, well, when that roam clear doesn't work out for you, what can you do?
Yeah, I don't know. When 5 players die to 1 guy, I mean, particularly the first 4, I think they all died and Tex had moved a grand total of about 3 meters during that entire time. I think if there was a stat, if you could like get little pedometers and little personal trackers on each of the operators and see how many footsteps traveled, I reckon Tex had the highest ratio of kills to footsteps traveled in that round that I have ever seen.
He was doing the dance with death,
Yeah,
but the dance did not go very far.
No, it was,
Went about 3 steps.
I don't know, what's a dance that doesn't go very far?
I don't know a single thing about dancing, and so I'm not even going to try.
You know how to Harambe dance, don't you?
I do know how to Harambe dance, but that
It's
is
the only one
in
you
my
need.
chair, in the comfort of my chair
Well,
at
there you
home, and I
go.
only need to use my arms.
Oh, that's
so
a
maybe
dance that
is,
doesn't travel very far. Oh
that
my
is the
God.
dance that doesn't travel very far.
Shiba has danced right out that window, taken down up air for the 2nd time. An aggressive kill out onto this garage spawn, and it's up air once again, the victim.
And Shibe is just so good with his opening picks. We saw it even in the Direwolves game. Hoven is going to look for the trade immediately, has hopped into Con, but has actually walked the wrong way, diverging from Shibe's position. Now about to be pinched out by Hysterix, who's just on the main stairs, but in fact he's got no idea that Hoven's there, is able to take him down and Shibe to go with it.
Impact kill? Don't question it, I guess. Nice one, Mentalist. I didn't see whether it was down first, but there you go. 3v3, but Hoven's already at the bottom of main stairs, waiting for a peek out from Church at that double door. Tex is going to go for it. Is he? Is the timing there? Oh, Mentalist is actually playing this quite well. He's playing off of Tex. Does manage to do a bit of damage as Hoven retreats. And Tex is going to find one up through the hatch. This is Tide's brand of Siege for you, I guess, Manny. They do not quit, and they will peak everything.
They ain't no quitters. And for the Gaming Gladiators, this round has become slightly more tricky, really. They've lost one of their hard breach in Tolji, who is playing Fuse with the hard breach charge, and they can really only get open one hatch at most with these Selma charges, and that's going to be the kitchen hatch here. So if Rix wants to go for that kitchen hatch drop, it's going to have to be quite ambitious with only 2 members left, really. There's just not a lot that the Gaming Gladiators can do in this situation, unless they want to go for broke, try and flood the site.
Spotting out the Ella, knowing that it's the shotgun now. That's a good piece of information to have, knowing that Ella's got the FO12. But like you said, it's just that kitchen hatch open. Well, actually, Moto hatch is open too, but that blue hatch ain't opening. Hoven's looking to backstab from blue. This is going to be such a terror to walk through. I mean, think about it. There's goo mines on these stairs. Surely he's looking for them. He's walking into a crossfire. There's one goo mine. He doesn't want to shoot it, reveal his position. 30 seconds left, and I mean, if he finds this kill, it could be big, but okay, there you go, he does. Is the trade here? Rix in a great position, eyeing off the Ella. Who's going to be able to find that kill? Rix drops, and Hoven does take down the Ella. How does it happen, Mandy? How does it always happen that Tide can succeed the man advantages? Gladiators once again make Tide pay for their mistakes.
That was so well played by the Game Gladiators in that 2-on-3. That was just so masterful. They knew that they had to go for broke, right, to be able to make that work. They knew that with only 2 players, you can't have a player drop the hatch and plant and have another one cover. That's just not enough cover for that to go down. So Hoven goes, wait to drop that kitchen hatch. I'm making a play. And Rix, working off the back of that intel from that Trackle, the Trackle Jackal, those footsteps being sniffed out on that Ella position is exactly what they needed to time their swings together, going to the back of dummies and clearing out those plays. It was just so masterfully played with the very minimal tools that they had, and that's my favorite kind of Siege to watch.
I mean, that's Gladiators for you. They know how to keep their cool even in tight situations. Honestly, pretty incredible that they won that round. But this is a team that has gone from being nobodies, essentially. You know, back in 2021 and prior, these guys weren't even in APAC South. They were called the Last Dance when they qualified for APAC South League through the relegations, and I believe that was because it was intended to be the last dance. It was intended to be a last-ditch effort, see how we go. If not, we will disband. Don't quote me on that. That's what I think. And since then, they've made it to the major in Berlin and potentially another major here in November.
They are indeed a very mature team, and it really shows in the way that they conduct themselves in the server. The problem-solving skills that these guys have brought out, especially in the last couple months, where they've learnt a lot internationally and they've grown as a roster, has been super impressive to watch, and that round is a perfect testament to it. Now they're going to attack this CCTV bomb site. The first minigame to be played is going to be trying to open up this Kennel's Wall. There is no Thatcher actually in this lineup, and there's no mini baby EMPs either, and so they'll have to clear these bandit charges with some kind of grenades. That's 2 on Hoven, going below with Arpe, trying to impact them. There's only one Selma that I believe has got on the wall. Sky, may need to borrow you, may not have seen the Kennel's Wall get opened here. That's actually a mirror window.
Yeah.
That's a mirror window on the other side, and suddenly this Kennel's Wall is very difficult to deal with for the Gladiators. They just don't have the tools to deal with it right now.
I mean, thank goodness GG. Thank goodness GG have the ace, because without it, you're not breaching that wall with Thermite or Maverick. It's just not happening when there's a mirror on it like that. But at the moment, there's minigames happening elsewhere, and it's actually the ace who falls. So I don't know why Tolji was a bit distracted there. His teammates should have called that he was needed at the main breach, but disaster has struck for GG. Shibe has also found a cheeky kill from the pool window. That's Diffuser down alongside one of the hard breaches.
Joe's able to claw one back though from inside of stock, and actually they're going to make use of this ground floor instead of making use of the second floor. They've realized that getting this wall open is very difficult. They can't enter from Jacuzzi, from gym side. Actually, that's Hoven that's just managed to do that there. They're just trying to take the real estate that has been given to them, trying to surround the bomb site and see what picks they can find, because really that wall is staying closed.
Well, at least for GG, they can use the opening of the open mirror in that wall to then gain a line of sight, but they can't enter from there, so it's not ideal. What are they going to do about this situation? Just goes from bad to worse here. Where was that? Oh, shot through the floor, I guess, on this vert from Mentalist.
Vertical.
Did take down that player in Lounge. There you go. No, 2v4 for GG.
Now, in the last round, I would have said that it was possible. They still had tools to deal with this. Vertical Grenade is going to come through and
Not
actually
bad.
take down Mentalist. 2 on 3, but the diffuser's in the hands of APAC. There's only 20 seconds. There's just not a lot of time for this to work, Dev.
Hoven's got to land this shot, and he does. That's Tex going down, another
No
one.
way.
It's a 1v1 now. 9 seconds left, but Hoven goes for the kit instead of for the kill, and Nate punishes him for it. Tide can claw a second round away.
It is crazy how close that round got, Dev. I really thought that Tide had that one in the bag.
Should have
That
been.
was going to be way more convincing than the end of that round, but the Gaming Gladiators are absolutely relentless. They don't want to let any rounds go. This push that came up from Hoven, not only did we see him do it on Jackal in the last round, but we saw him do it again, coming up the red stairs, being that playmaker in a clutch situation. That's exactly the kind of player you need later into these games, later into these rounds. Thankfully, Tide are able to claw that one back. That one-on-one does work out in their favor, and they can go back down to this basement.
But all the rounds, or the half rather, split 4-2 in Gladiator's favor, or will it be even? Honestly, I'd be very impressed for Tide if they can manage an even 3-3 split. I feel like Tide probably won't prosper as much on the attack, but I'm ready to be proven wrong. I just feel like the nature of their playstyle probably flourishes a bit better on the defense, where they can kind of make plays on their own, whereas on the lurk, I think it's harder to crack into the site, and I think GG will be better at punishing it. And so with that in mind, I feel like this is a necessary round for Tide. They need to get this round. They need to go into the second half at an even scoreline to maximize their chances of getting a point out of this game.
Shiba is going to look for an early spawn peek from the breach
When isn't
onto
he?
any players entering. Yeah, exactly, onto any players entering into garage. It's always Shiba, isn't it? The first one,
Yeah.
the first engagement every single round. He chucks out a C4. Doesn't connect. No one trying to enter in through the garage side. Now, where have GG decided to go?
This is basement defense, so Gladiator's got to decide, do they go for a full roam clear, or do they look to try and pressure site and watch flanks? Last time, it was this bomb site. Tide went for one hell of a roam, and their operators, at least, are suggesting that to be the case. Again, we can see Shiba in the top floor, Hysterics on the top floor as well, and that's not even to mention Tex on the Vigil, likely roaming elsewhere.
Look what GG have gone for. They've immediately opened up dirt to put pressure onto that site, knowing that there's going to be roamers of Tide. Tex is actually going to be the one to meet them on that Vigil's able to take down one, but not without being traded back from Joe. And what that's going to do is it's going to force the rest of these Tide roamers to start worrying about the site. We can really see Nate has rotated down alongside one of his teammates, and they have to start worrying about dirt. Meanwhile, that's opened up an opportunity for Hoven to hop in with that lurk and cut down a roamer trying to rotate back.
How good is this from Hoven? He hasn't even used, well, now he's finally used one of his Jackal trackings, but most of it's just been following footsteps, getting information. Speaking of following, here's Arpe. He's made his way into blue. Nobody would expect him in here. He's got so much map control. They know now know where Shiba lies. Upstairs in garage. Arpe's been taken out, so that's not so bad for Tide. But Shiba's still not long for this world. Hoven's got to win his 1v1, and he does. 3v2 man advantage once again on the attack.
Hoven is such a damn valuable lurker, Dev. The way he's been able to play
12
through
and
this
3.
mid to late round is absolutely masterful. You do not normally see lurkers able to capitalize off the positions of their teammates in the way that Hoven has been able to do. There's only 40 seconds left though, and they have to go for this execute soon. Some keeper barriers blocking off their lines of sight, giving away their position here inside of dirt, but Rix is going to go for broke.
Nate's taking a huge risk here. Mentalist to be the playmaker. There's information. Nice nade, keeps him at bay, but Nate may well have bided his time. Can he deny the planet would be huge? He's caught off in the cross. It's Hoven once again, who's just nuts. Gladiators storm away with the half, 4-2.
I love this game so much. There's so much to break down from the way that the Gaming Gladiators were able to play that attack half. This is the new Clubhouse, in my opinion, Dev, right? This is not just new Clubhouse, but in my opinion, the new Siege. It's not so much about playing these mini games where you're throwing flashbangs and grenades and whatever, Zofia charge and stuff like that. Now it's about playing off your teammates, positioning, and finding the timing to push in, seeing, like getting a read on where the defenders are, where their attention is. And that's exactly what Hoven has been able to do throughout our entire attack half. He's leveraged the attention that all of his teammates have taken onto the players of Tide, and has been able to slip his way in to every single bomb site. Not only did we see that through the mid-round of that one, he was able to enable that mid-round so well, we saw it in both of the clutches that he was able to try and pull off as well. And it's just such a masterful way to play through Clubhouse, which is such a big map and very, very enabling to operators like Nook, like Jackal.
It's a real mind game, isn't it, right? Tide want to invest their players and their focus in the areas where they think Gladiators are going to push on the attack. And so Gladiators counter that, like you said, with that lurk game, which has netted Hoven an incredible half, 13 kills and 4 deaths. Unreal, a lot of those hyper impactful as well. And we're likely to see a bit of an attempt at the same kind of play from Tide here now on their own attack. They do have the Jackal themselves, but my question is, will GG roam quite as heavily? Will they play quite as aggressively as Tide? Because I don't expect them to do so.
The value that flex players have in this current meta just excites me so much. Hoven, off the back of that confidence, is going to go for a run out on the main Kennel's breach. He's not going to find anything, but that does put a lot of pressure onto these 3 Tide players trying to entry from this east side of the map. Told you he's going to double down on it as well, contesting that secret window. And in fact, Hoven still up here shooting out the drones, causing a nuisance to the side of Tide.
Oh, here's Hysterics though. Watching out for any player moving up from the main stairs, and it was Joe who got a little bit too egregious on that position. Blind nade, but that gets scarily close to Hoven here, upstairs in Master, who's feeling that pressure. Had a great first half, but he needs to have an impact here, and he needs to flank Hysterics, who's ready and waiting and already found 2 kills. Baits out the shots, and what a play! With Rix to come and support. Beautiful work from Gladiators, and they can get that man advantage just slightly closer to an equality.
Hoven said, well, I'm coming for trouble, and Rick said, and make it double. And they're able to take down Hysterics on that lurk, but still man disadvantage. Nate is there with those hard breach charges and can open up that blue hatch. Wow. But in fact, Alpe is going to triple down and actually take down a player inside of Oil. Man advantage even. Still some tools on the cards for the side of Tide. They've got one more hatch that they could open with that hard breach charge. They just have some time to drone out the site, try and figure out what the next step is, because really there are only so many anchor positions that the Gleaming Gladiators can be sitting in right now, and if they want to go for that flood with the 3 players left on the board, they absolutely could. This is Tide. We know that they're going to peek everything.
My question is, how split will this push be? Will they look to open another one of the hatches? It looks like Shibe is indeed going to open up the Moto hatch. Put an extra avenue of pressure now onto Gladiators. Remember, it's a 3-on-3, so even in the man count, and it becomes, again, like you were saying, Mandy, that game of baiting out who's investing their manpower where.
They're actually going to invest all of their attack into this blue side take. There's no one that's going to be going for a lurk on the other side. In fact, Arpe with that Razor Bloom is able to take down Shibe, but not before being traded out by Tex. A push through the smoke comes from Nate, but Hoven is just around the corner. There's only 20 seconds. There is no way they've droned him here.
Oh no, he can't do enough damage to Nate, and he is traded on the back of it. It's now all onto Rix, 1v2, but that diffuser is not in Tide's hands. They're going to have to push for this kill. Do they know where he is? Are they going to pre-fire him? They don't know! Surely he's going to pick the angle. Nate does it! And he confirms the kill. Thank God he double-checked that one. And Tide do start strong here on their attack, but just barely getting it across the line.
Oh dear, these mid to late rounds have been too bad for my heart, you know?
yeah. I mean, that's the story.
Absolutely doing in my heart.
That's the story of APAC South tonight, isn't it, Mandy?
That is the story of APAC South.
Come all the way to Playday 6, second last Playday. We have some teams already playing their final games. Wildcard now, all done for the stage, all done for the season. We have games like Elevate versus Direwolves for spots at majors and 6 invitational point standing implications. We have games like this where Tide just keep us on our toes. It's non-stop.
But this is my favorite type of Siege to watch. I love when these rounds come down to things like 3v3s and 2v3s, and you get to see what the players can do with the limited tools and the limited space that they've got. And just watching the cogs turn in these APAC South plays has just, oh, it's so exciting. I love watching it. Tide, they were able to pull off a really great late round there. They consolidated all their plays into blue. They were able to make that push work, even though the Razor Bloom came out. They make the trades work. And as the time went down, thank goodness Nate was able to check that final corner, close out the round for them, because that could have been a close one.
How funny was it when you see him start to sprint away and look to hunt in church, and then he's like, no, we'll just double check. You know, may as well. Just have a look in the corner. Oh, crap, he actually is there. So thank goodness he did that, because otherwise this would be a very different scoreline. A 5-2 is a far cry from a 4-3. And Tide are probably feeling a bit of confidence now. They know that they can do it. They know that they're really strong on these opening kills. Once again, they've been dominating the opening exchanges, but they've managed to convert far more of them than they did last week.
Gaming Ladder is looking to hold on to Gym and Bedroom as their next bomb site. Tex just making his way in with those Rotero drones, trying to clear out any positions inside of Cash. Now, there is a shield being placed by the Wamai of Hoven on the top of Red, and so if Tide want to make their entry through there, it could be pretty dangerous. They're actually going to put pressure on the side of Jacuzzi first, get that breach open, give the Anchors something to worry about.
Shiba's also going to drone out that there's nobody in the bathroom right now. There's nobody in Gym. Upe did spot the drone, but Temptation sits in Shiba's mind right now. Oh, can I just start to push in? Can we start to collapse and just abuse our numbers advantage here?
And in that time between him getting on and off the drone, Ape has actually made his way all the way back into bathroom. No person following that live drone has put a hole in that attacker intel, and Ape can now hold onto this position. Diffuser on the ground. Menta's going to be brave and rappel into the top of main sets, and it's actually going to net him a kill onto Rix. Man advantage evened out.
A very ambitious push there from Mentalist, and oh, he can almost lock in a second one. Nate comes to support, and up there finally goes down, but RGG going to be able to bring it back. It looks like they might just Tex. Oh my god, what a shot to land, but it just leaves Mentalist left, and he doesn't last very long. Gladiators, another explosive back and forth round, but they just keep their heads above the water.
The Gaming Gladiators are not the type of team that you would expect to send 2 or 3 players out of windows together. Yeah. When you talk about the APAC South aggression, you know, that the big MO of this region, you don't think of the Gaming Gladiators to be the ones to do that. But there it was. That was Joe, Rix, and Hoven, I think, all peeking the windows onto the balcony at the same time. Wow, that is exciting from them. I don't think we've ever seen a brand of Game Gladiators quite like this one. I'm so glad that they took it to Clubhouse. That Gym Bedroom bomb site was fantastic. They really were able to punish the fact that Tide didn't go for that roam clear. By making use of that con side and that the server window, that type of thing, they were really great at surrounding the minimalist attack that Tide were going for on the main says and on the breach. They're able to take them down in a flow of crossfires, trades, and doubling down with the peaks, and eventually Game Gladiators able to take out that defense pretty cleanly.
And like you're saying, it's interesting, Tide are probably the most aggressive team in the region at the moment with how they've been playing. GG not really known for that aggression, but it's amazing how comfortable they are when it is inflicted upon them. They don't sweat it. They're not worried about an aggressive push. They say, look, you're going to play like that, we can fight fire with fire. We know exactly how to do that right back at you. They relish the opportunity to play that chaotic game.
The Gaming Gladiators can go back down to that basement side. Now, they were so close to winning it last time. They really were seconds off before Rix is spotting out by Nate. This time, they're going to look once again for that roam. It's Hoven starting his way out in that top floor inside of Rafters. Meanwhile, Hysterics has once again been able to go for that lurk into the ground floor. It's supported by Mentalist this time on the side of the Jackal, but really there's only one roamer that they have to deal with, they have to worry about, and that's Hoven. Have they droned him out? I think they have. That's the garage door open, a drone being sent there, but only one entry to deal with him so far.
Can we have a look at Mentalist, Guy? Because I know that Mentalist has used one, he's now used 2 scans, and they must have checked where he was. Was there an opening there? Yeah, there was. Well played. Honestly, really well played. They are now tied to suppressing the aggression from Gladiators as well. On the back of it, that said, they can't suppress all of it, and APAC is ready to continue the fight.
Oh, a player right above him, but a drone's flow through. He's got to give up that position inside of Oil.
He could be cut off. Oh no! Couldn't land enough shots! Missed opportunity for Shibe.
A minute 30 seconds though. The opportunities are not slipping away from them. In fact, Tide are going to dial it up completely, flooding through blue. Now Joe in a 1 versus 4. He can take down one. He can't take down the second. Tex is there for the trade, and Tide able to get another one on the board.
And I really love the flick of the switch there from Tide. They wasted no time whatsoever. As soon as they knew they had man advantage, they're like, okay, we're committing to blue right now. 3, 4 players, all of us. Head there, start to push together. We've got information, play off each other. Don't hesitate. Hysterics drop down the moto hatch, make it work, and then just run over Gladiators. Don't let up. Don't give them any moment to think and hesitate. Just blitz it through. And they did that just right. Now it's a timeout for Gladiators.
Just want to double down on your point that Tide are really able to flick a switch there in that last round when we saw them go gym and bedroom. By the time that Shibe had droned out that the site was clear, he got off his drone and then tried to make that entry. In that time space, we saw Gaming Gladiators able to recompose and retake the site. That time, when they attacked the basement, like you said, as soon as they had that man advantage, Shibe goes, guys, I'm not even going to drone the site. I'm going in. Now is the time where the site is going to be clear. Now is the time where the Gaming Gladiators are trying to recompose. That's exactly what he did off the back of Mentalist, supporting him coming down through Oil as well. They're able to close out that one very swiftly, and that change in pace is exactly the kind of thing you need against a composed team like the Gaming Gladiators.
Mandy, guess what? Oh, not only do we get to see that sick-as castle elite barricade, which I don't think I've ever actually seen in game before, we get Bar, Mandy. We get to see Bar and... Well, what? It's Bar and Bar.
Bar and Stage.
Bar and Stage, there we go. I was like, what's the other one? Bar and Stage. We have, if I'm not wrong, never seen this in APAC South? I feel like we've never seen it in APAC
not
South.
Be able to tell you that.
I'm just gonna say it with conviction, and then even if I'm wrong, at least I'll be proudly wrong. We have never seen this bomb site choice in APAC South.
This is an exciting hold as well from the Gaming Gladiators. They're using the aid of those castle barricades to segment this part of the ground floor. They're making sure that that push from inside of Strip Club cannot come through. They're blocking off this diagonal wall to see the stage as well. On top of that, they're blocking off the connector window, and that's important for that hatch control that the Gaming Gladiators will need later on into the round to be able to retake into the stage. That's where APAC is currently situated, and the Tide, to break this down, there's a lot of steps that need to go ahead. I just want to see how they play out this early round first.
Yeah, I'm super keen to see what happens in the late round with the Glaz, but yeah, the early round, first things first, right? And knowing GG, I wouldn't be surprised if there's a early exchange. Shibe to breach open this jacuzzi wall. Joe will be feeling that pressure very shortly. He hears the wall breach, and he's feeling quite a bit of pressure. Where are those flashes coming from?
So it seems like the approach that Tide are going for is this sort of top floor control. They've already created one point of entry from the side of Shibe. They've actually got Nate down inside of Strip as well. So there's two options they could go for here. They can either fully clear the top floor, or they can just try and segment off this Strip Club side of the map and then make their push inside of Bar. There really aren't that many Gaming Gladiators plays to deal with this, but what that does mean is they need at least control of Gym. They need at least control of making sure there's no players on that hatch. That castle barricade has been opened, so they have a way into the site now, and it's just about preventing the retake from the Gaming Gladiators on this west side of the map, and how they're going to set that up with those air jabs.
Here's Hysterics considering breaching another one of these castle barricades. In goes Nate now. Into Pool. Bit worried about a player above in Jim. Not going to reveal his position. Tide, they know they have time on their side. They're biding theirs and waiting for Gladiators to overextend. But it looks like Gladiators must be playing for some kind of plant denial or retake strategy because they haven't moved an inch.
Tide so far have done a great job at taking this west side of the map, but in fact, Mentalist, he can take down Joe as well in this top floor. Look at how well they've done. They've situated their cutoff player inside of Jim. The mission-critical part of that retake, and Tex is able to double down as well, dropping through the hatch. The planet's going down from Shibe, and the retake has to come through.
Told you, what's he done? On the site, he managed to deny that plant. He was eventually traded, but at what cost? It's now a 2v3 with that diffuser inactive. Arpe and Rixa do not have to move as of yet. They wait. And Arpe's found Tex, the Glaz down. And that gives Arpe so much control upstairs, still with an impact to open vertical lines, but he is eventually traded back by Mentalist. 1v2 now, but information on the site. Rix reveals his position. He's in a crossfire. What's he going to be able to do about it? Hysterics going for this plant. Can he deny the plant? He can't get it done. And Hysterics on for the trade. Tide somehow have managed to tie the scoreline.
That was a really great breakdown from Tide of that defense that the Gaming Gladiators went for. Bar can often be quite tricky to break down because there is quite a lot of map control you need if you want to do like a full top floor clear into like a ground floor type translation, but what they went for was a strip-sided take, and all they needed there was to make sure that once the Gaming Gladiators retake inevitably came through, that there were players that were there to stop them. And that is exactly what Mentalist was there for inside of Jim, holding onto that hatch position. That's exactly why the Glaz drop with the smoke came through from logistics to block off that con side rotation. And as a result, we got Tide players flooding into the site. They tried to get the bomb down, even though the retake did come through from the Gladiators. They played out the attrition game towards the late game, and eventually, 2-on-1 situation, Tide win that one out.
I will say, if you are an Elevate fan, you are hoping that this is going to be a close game, because I have been informed that technically, that 1% chance of Elevate making the major hinges on Gladiators winning this game in overtime. So...
No way.
I know, right? If this goes to OT and Gladiators win, technically... that 1%, there is a 1% chance that Elevate will be able to make the major. We've already kind of written off these really serious edge cases, like there was a time when Knights could technically make the major. Elevate 1%. As soon as it kind of drops below 3 or 4%, we write it off. But hey, Mandy, do you believe in miracles?
You gotta take a real big slurp of that copium. If you want that one to happen. Stokes has made his way into kitchen already. This is a basement attack, I believe it is. I could be wrong. I haven't been paying attention because I've been listening to you on your Elevate Copium. It is a basement attack.
So that's fine.
It's you and your Elevate Copium. It takes up so much time. They've gone for a very extended roam here. The only person babysitting the site is Rix, but in fact, Tide are not looking to hit the site. They're going to try and clear out this roam. We've already got players inside of the ground floor. That's Shibe on that cutoff, waiting for the rotations of these Gaming Gladiators roamers to come through. Tex, meanwhile, on the entry, is going to try and flush him into the line of sight of his cutoff teammates.
There's such a substantial roam here, and Hysterics may be able to do some damage. The E1D goes out. His position is being watched, but not for long. Oh my god, what a flick from Toji! And having to double down, Shibe is out of the round. 5v3. No trades able to come through as of yet, but immediately Mentalist responds just as Ape finds a double. It's now all up to Mentalist to 1 versus 4. And ace up, he drops straight into sight. No holding back, he finds another one, but traded back. Gladiators match points.
Not a bad roam from the Game Gladiators. They dedicated a lot of players to that roam. That was 4 out of the 5 players that were going for it. And Tide decided to take the challenge, and they actually want to go for that roam clear. Albeit, I didn't mind the way that they were trying to clear it. They did set up those cutoffs that they needed. They had Mentalist outside cutting off the main stairs. They had their entries coming in through that top floor, even Hysterics coming up the main stairs, trying to look for that pinch roam clear while they had their cutoffs still set up. But even then, the gunfights didn't work out that way. It was true one-on-ones that didn't go in the way of Tide. And when that happens in your roam clear, it's kind of a done deal, really. The Game Gladiators have just so many people up to take those 2-on-1s on your remaining players on the ground floor. It all falls apart. Mentalist is left in a 1 versus 4. Game Gladiators on match point, though. They take us back to this gym and bedroom bomb site, looking to repeat the success.
And now if you're a Gladiators fan, you look on with anticipation. Gladiators have the opportunity to make the major. They can't do it today, but they can increase their chances significantly. Gladiators have this game and then 1 game next week. That's a grand total of 6 possible points from those 2 games. If they get 5 out of the 6 points, then it doesn't matter any other results, any other wins that Fury can get, GG are locked in for the major. They will guarantee that they cannot be overtaken. So if they get this point right now, if they get this next round, and they get the full 3 points from this game, all they need is an overtime win next week, and they will be going to the major.
You still riding on that Elevate, Hopium? Because if there's any way to ride on it, that is it. The first bit going in the way of Tide to try and bring this one into overtime. This top floor bomb site can be pretty tricky to crack, but Hysterics is able to make that entry work from the side of the garage. Immediately the jacuzzi wall is being opened once again, but there are players ready for that entry. Nate, he jumps right through.
Wow, look at this from Nate. Oh no, he gets flashed and he gets taken out. What an unfortunate scenario for Nate to find himself in. And Rix is having a laugh. He's hanging out in the bathroom. And Mentalist trying once again to repel in, perhaps from this position, but Ape to sneak up from below. And Mentalist swings in. Ape surely heard that, and he's going to go for a flank. He's surely going to find a freebie here, but Mentalist watches. It doesn't even matter. It's now a 4v3. Gladiators are shining bright. Tex is going to do his darndest to stop Gladiators from taking the full 3 points, but it's only a matter of time, surely. Tide have to win this round to push OT.
And once again, we are in a 3-on-3 mid-round. How many of these have we seen in this series on Clubhouse? Still, winnable situation for Tide in this top floor bomb site. Hysterics is going to make his way in through Con. It all rides on whether they can get this logistics control working for them. If they can, that opens up so much of this master bomb site. It exposes Bathroom, and here it is. Hysterics, he tries to take the engagement, is taken down. Now Tex in a 1-on-3.
It's been an attacker's game all Clubhouse long. But unless if Tex can do the impossible, Gladiators will be very happy with their performance today. 16 and 8, a 2.0 KD for the Aussie here as he tries to find just 2 more kills to bring this back into the realm of possibility, to bring the game back for his team.
A tough one. Both players convened on the diffuser just inside of the gym hallway. Only 30 seconds left to go. He's got to make his way through logistics. It's got to be a 2v1 for Tex.
You can see the way Tolji's playing it. Shotgun on the stairs. 1 flashbang in pocket. Tex has got to land it perfectly. Goes for the swing in, but GG are not going to give him anything. 15 seconds. He's got to go. There's no diffuser. Oh no, he gets spotted out, and that is the game. Gladiators take home the full 3 points. They are 1 step closer to the major and 1 step closer to 6 Invitational.
What a masterful Clubhouse from Game Gladiators. I'm so glad that we got to see this map from them. It really displayed the maturity as a team, their problem-solving skills, the way that the game flows between these 5 rosters, and just how great their communication has been really came through on the side of the attack. I'm so impressed by the way they're able to play out that attack on Clubhouse, and I really hope we get to see more of that game in Gladiators in the next Playday against Elevate.
Yeah, wow, a phenomenal game. Tide really brought that fire, didn't they? On their attacks, on their defenses, it didn't matter. They were always front foot first. But GG, at the end of it, were the better team. We'll go to break that down on the desk.
Yeah, so, I mean, this is a much different tune to what we were kind of playing as we went into that matchup, guys. Genuinely thought for the longest time that that was going to be a bit of a demolishing performance. Obviously, we hear a lot from Devon Mandy, them, you know, kind of stroking the egos, if you will, of Game and Gladiators. They perform well, but boy, Tide put up a fair, decent fight. Like, so many of those rounds were so damn close.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Not only was the match as a whole super tight, GG just fighting off overtime, but yeah, the rounds contained within themselves came down to a lot of 1vx's, 2vx's, etc. And they went both ways. Tide had some really good standout performances despite a little bit of a slow start. You can see that on the scoreboard now. Tex then had an incredible ace, which sort of kick-started the resurgence for Tide throughout this match. But unfortunately, they just couldn't quite sustain that level. GG overall, a little bit more polished, and that showed in the final score one.
Oven had a pretty decent performance in the end. I think 17 kills toward round 11, round 12, so absolutely ridiculous. But, you know, there were some questions asked, Xenox, and that was if Gaming Gladiators were to let this slip, that final Playday was going to be hellish with Elevate still with a chance in this. Now it's kind of squandered a little bit, but Gaming Gladiators, they've still got that opportunity on the line.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, that's the overarching theme here. It was going to be potentially points that Gaming Gladiators could have really left on the table, and had they dropped, you know, the 3 points and even just walked away with the 2 points, that actually would have passed the torch potentially over to Fury. I mean, GG do have the tiebreaker with Fury, so it probably wouldn't have been the end of the world. They still would have had Destiny in their own hands, but, you know, going into that Elevate game, obviously you want as many points already banked as you possibly can already get, but you've got to give full credit to Tide. You know, thinking back to sort of our pre-match discussion of this, there was a point where I probably wanted to say that, you know, one thing that Tide has done well this stage, even though they've not won any games, they've competed. You know, yeah. I think the only blowout was against Direwolves 7-2. Outside of that, everything else is like 7-4, 7-5. So, you know, in some ways, they're probably just the kind of team that would need a little bit more time, probably another 3 to 6 months, and I think they could start getting some wins.
Unfortunately, that's just not going to be the case, at least for 2023. But one thing that is certainly the case is GG being one step closer. It's time to welcome in Joe for the interview, the final interview of the night, in fact. Joe, look, as per usual, another great performance from you and the team. I've got to ask you, this is the first time we've seen Clubhouse so far in Stage 3. Was this something that you were hunting for? Is this what you were hoping for? Or did it just end up going that way throughout the veto process?
It's definitely one of the maps we prepared, so we weren't that surprised when it came. So yeah, we were actually ready for it.
A lot of those rounds kind of came down to a lot of the early fights. You know, Devin Mandy touched on the fact that there were so many 3v3s by the middle to late portion of the round. Do you think that Clubhouse has changed in its meta now that we're starting to kind of shift away even further from what we used to know?
I think it's both. Definitely the meta now is more aggressive, but at the same time, Tide was forcing a lot of like early gunfights on us. They weren't scared, so I think that's why a lot of the rounds went the way they did. So I'm glad we handled it well for the most part on attacks, but yeah.
And look, obviously coming into this game, you know, I asked this question to ED prior. I'm going to ask it to you because you're in a very similar situation. A back-to-back major opportunities on the line here, and you know, I want to know, has that been taken into account coming into this game? Has there been added pressure knowing that if you make this, there is still that opportunity?
We know in the back of our heads that each point is important, but we try not to like think about like the end result too much and just focus on the next coming game. So next is Elevate. Yeah.
You seem far too relaxed, my friend, and that's probably the final question is this Elevate matchup that you've got coming up next week. I mean, it doesn't get much bigger than this. You're playing against one of the biggest teams in APAC for that opportunity to go to the major. Do you have any thoughts on that one?
Yeah, they're definitely still a strong team. I know some things happened mid-stage to them where Sapper took a break, but we definitely are not going to underestimate them. And I think they really want revenge on us, so I think they're going to be really strong.
Who's in the background, by the way, before I let you go? Who's sitting behind you?
Oh, it's Rix and Sunan. We're all here for the line.
There we go. Now I can see some faces. That's very good. My friend, look, congratulations on your win. Anything you'd like to say before we let you go?
We'd like to thank all the fans and all people who support us, and of course, Gaming Gladiators. So yeah, that's about it. Thank you.
Keep it short and sweet, mate. Best of luck in your match against Elevate next week. Take care.
Thank you.
Now we look to that matchup next week, which is going to be so important. Destiny is in Gaming Gladiators' hands. We've seen it before, and we will see it again. But they have the final boss to get over. They've got the final hurdle. As you heard there, Xenox, you know, Joe's saying we've seen Elevate weaken. Sapper coming into the roster, out of the roster, into the roster has left them a little bit more of a I would say of oh God, I don't want to sound mean here, but it has certainly left them injured, and an opportunity for pretty much every team so far in this region. Do we take that into consideration, or do you completely move that away when you're talking about GG?
I think, you know, looking forward to that matchup, obviously there's going to be pressure on Gaming Gladiators and pretty much no pressure on Elevate because obviously they can't make the major now. There's two ways you can obviously say. You can say, well, for Elevate, they don't really care because it doesn't do anything for them, so therefore they'll just sort of fold over and GG will get the win. Or you could say, well, there's no pressure and, you know, who doesn't love just, you know, creating some chaos. So, look, the thing is, obviously for GG, they got the win tonight. They needed to get that win, but it doesn't really do a whole lot for them because the same thing is they've got to just do the same thing against Elevate now. They have to beat Elevate. If they lose to Elevate and Fury beat Tide, which I think many will consider to be very likely, then Fury will go to the major. So they've just got to get the job done, get the win over Elevate, and that's not an easy task. Whether or not Elevate's got something to play for or not, I still think that they'll bring their best and they'll be a tough team to beat.
Well, it's time to have a look back and recap what has been a fantastic night of Siege. Some close matches, a little bit of a blowout at the start, but that's fine. Fury just outclassing Wildcard. We saw it happen last week and we're seeing it happen again. Fury are now putting themselves in a position where they can contest Gladiators for that opportunity. That matchup in the middle, Guz, heartbreak, devastation for Elevate fans.
Yeah, of course. Quickly on that first match, that's Wildcard done for the stage. They have a bye next week, so not the best of ways for them to bow out. But yeah, that second game indeed was pretty crazy. We expected a close game. We wanted a close game. Exactly what we got. Dire was just edging out, getting that win, locking in their position at the Sweden Major, the only team so far in APAC South to secure their spot. Elevate off the back of that loss basically cannot make it any longer, and they've also put their chances at SI into jeopardy as well. So not a great day at the office for them.
Well, let's see who it was a good day at the office for. Have a look at the predictions and see how this one has played out. I know it's been a devastating. It has been a devastating night, Guz. It has been devastating.
This is
more.
right. Someone check him, PC.
Someone's got to check.
Can we just say though, guys? Talk about what's going on, mate? 9-9.
I've fallen off.
Fallen off
in many aspects, but especially predictions.
Yeah. We're all starting to become a little bit washed, aren't we? Apparently not for Xenox and Mandy. They're holding strong. What's crazy is I would dare say Fury were definitely the favourite team heading into that one. And Direwolves, I mean, equal rights to that matchup with Elevate. We heard it heading into it. Elevate and Direwolves have had a head-to-head that has been equal up until tonight, in which Direwolves have now taken the lead. Let's have a look at how the standings now sit. This is where the big discussion turns. Xenox, try not to talk for the entire graphic, but that matchup, Gaming Gladiators and Fury, both of them in their individual respected matches, I mean, just more pressure than you could ever imagine.
Yeah, and look, I mean, we're just going to be talking about the same thing, right? Which is Elevate v Gaming Gladiators and Tide v Fury. That's all that's basically left, right? The Knights Direwolves game is a dead rubber going into next week's game. So it's pretty cut and simple. Gaming Gladiators, they win in regulation or OT. They go to the major. If they don't and they lose and Fury win in either OT or regulation, then they'll go through to the major. So, I mean, it's all pretty simple, right, at the end of the day. But what I will say is, like, feels bad OCE with Wildcard Knights down the bottom and a large contingency on Tide as well in 7th. So, and then technically one that just didn't even bother showing up. So, I mean, that's basically the way it's gone for OCE.
Yeah, it certainly has. Could you imagine a world in which GG lose in regulation and then Fury lose in regulation? Just oh, I'm already laughing at the sickness of the end of this stage. We'll have a look at the probabilities that our incredible Sprabuni has put together for both the Major and SI. Direwolves obviously completely locking themselves in to the Major. The only two teams that have a shot at making the Major, of course, Gaming Gladiators and Fury. It's all going to come down to next week's matches, as we've already given the context to. I can't say that enough. But guys, we're probably looking to the SI column to have the biggest point of discussion.
Yeah, it's a little bit grim, isn't it, for APAC South, unfortunately. Elevate do scathe away a little bit. Actually, heading into the final match of the night, their percentage was under 50%, but fortunately for them, GG eventually did just pull through, which in turn aided them. So they're at 60%. They'll need to rely now on some results in other regions to go their way, but the only team with a majority shot. Of course, Direwolves and Gaming Gladiators also strong outside chances, but that would be reliant on them one, qualifying for the major, which Direwolves have already achieved, and then having a strong performance. So an uphill battle for both of those teams, and it does look unlikely that we'll be sending 2 teams across in the top 16.
You just had to do it, didn't you? Well, let's keep the notes moving fast and quick and happy and smiling. It's next Playday that we look to now. Playday 7, the final installation of Stage 3 of 2023 for the APAC League. This matchup, really, we look to the first 2 matches, and as Xenox says, we finish on a high note, don't we, Xenox? We finish on a show match.
No, look, I'm actually glad we're starting with Elevate Gladiators first, because it just basically gets straight to the point, right? I mean, you could swap them in Knights and Direwolves, and that's just going to prolong it. Like, let's just get straight to the point. The beauty of it as well is then we'll know whether or not Tide and Fury will either be a dead rubber, or will obviously then mean Fury need a win to get into the major. So at the very least, the first game will have a lot of meaning. Yep. Second game potentially based on the first, and obviously as we know, Knights and Direwolves, well, I guess just fighting for a bit of pride there. I mean, yeah, both won't really need to do anything. I mean, Direwolves will probably want to save strats, right? They'll go into that kind of realm of talk, so at least we're starting strong. You know, they say save the best for last. Well, screw that. Let's just bring you the best first.
That makes total sense. Guys, it's that time of night, mate. What are you going to say?
Oh, you want some final words?
Yeah, I want some final words, or
Win
either final words or win conditions. That's what I'm going to say. There's just play-by-play minds. They just think too far alike.
Yeah, you're both a bit special. That's why we love
special.
you. Yeah, great night for the Direwolves. Again, congratulations to them for qualifying for the major. Such an incredible performance tonight against an Elevate that pushed them to their very limits. In doing so, they also continued their lossless streak throughout the 3rd stage, almost reminiscent of stage number 1. So eager to see what they can do overseas, and probably even more so eager for next week as well to see who's joining them.
Xenox.
I think GG will get it done. I think that they'll have the capabilities of taking down an Elevate team that is obviously a little bit wounded and probably feeling sorry for themselves, and they'll be able to go to the major, which will be a little bit disappointing for Fury, who obviously had a great stage. So regardless of what happens from here, I think Fury should be very happy with their stage. Obviously, the Direwolves, I think, can basically now be crowned the best team in APAC South for this calendar year, so for 2022, based on Stage 1, Stage 3, both undefeated. And hopefully for Direwolves, they just take down Knights and just go with that undefeated status going into the major.
Not only that, but then when we look to the major, hopefully they perform. Hopefully we don't see them bow out too early as we did in Stage 1. But of course, that is all left up to your own imagination until we get to the major, which is not too far away. However, the final Playday, the final installation of 2023 for the APAC South League is next Thursday. Bit of heartbreak. It's bittersweet, that is for damn sure. But for everyone at home, again, thank you very much for joining us. We look forward to taking you through the final Playday. But until then, stay safe, take care, and good night.
Wildcard can't stall out this push. Can he take down the Monty? He can. That's the diffuser along with it. He goes for the double.
This isn't a bad read from O. I was going to say not a bad read from OJ. He's just completely gone through the ground floor to the base, but was actually taken down by Lycolis. Wildcard being able to do. They are going for this lobby-sided take, not accounting for the roam of Dark. No! He misses all the shots though, and 2-1 is actually able to take one down on the repels.
Soufflé in on the action as well. DCH over towards Vault, isolated, low on HP, but he drops the diffuser. He can play time for ED, the hero of the round.
I think he was actually warded off a little bit by the default camera and the smoke itself, and Pika on site, he just walks in, gets 2. He knows where the last one is as well. 3 from Pika. I think it's the round. They do say that you reap what you sow, and Reap is taking Elevate with him to overtime. We go to the ultimate final round. Unless Soufflé has been given 2 free kills. What are you guys doing? The Nitrocell, it's perfect surely from there. It is, it's a down onto Mark.
And there it is, one of those keeper barricades assisting Mentalist with his fall-off that he's looking for here. Never mind, he's not going to do that. He's going to go for an aggressive peek instead, but Rix is there to punish him.
Get wrecked, mate. Tex has done a lot of damage from this position. That's a 3rd kill. GG cannot deal with him. Will Tex get the ace? Come on, mate. Finish it off. You've done a 1, 2, 3, 4. That's 5. And Tex gets the ace. Oh, no. He can't do enough damage to Nate, and he is traded on the back of it. Do they know where he is? Are they going to pre-fire him? They don't know. Surely he's gonna pick the angle. Nate does it! And he...
But there are players ready for that entry. Nate, he jumps right through.
Wow, look at this from Nate. Oh no, he gets flashed and he gets taken out! But alas, there's always that but. That great big but.
It does feel